Yep.
Yeah. Okay, stream is live.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Just have to
Everybody's chatting about it.
oh,
out there. Yeah. Apparently he's making a appeal to the Senate. Or
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
concept. Yeah.
well, then you should teach me.
Yeah.
Unlikely. Really? Unlikely he brings it? Yeah. And the reason why is, you know, this is a discussion I had with him. Oh, you're what? I'm not in the meeting.
Oh, there's, I need
until he has his name removed. So it's
Your
like, okay,
microphone's on.
I didn't let anyone in. I just came in.
I'm in now.
Good morning, everyone. We'll get ready shortly. Just wanted to let you know we are live streaming. So if you're talking in the back, you may want to mute yourself. But we'll be getting ready or started here in just a few minutes.
Are we on mute? Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Everybody's so quiet.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Walter.
Good morning.
Hopefully, everybody had a good evening last night.
Morning. Morning.
Boon
Morning.
Matan.
Excellent, Walter. Excellent.
Mine was great.
Nice
Hey,
shirt.
Walter.
Yeah.
Any funny jokes this morning?
Any what?
Funny jokes? Tell me a joke.
I got no jokes this morning. It's too early.
Oh, buddy.
Remember, Walter,
I'm just healing. I got up. The wife just gave me a good whooping already for not getting
remember,
out of bed
Walter,
early enough.
Walter, we're not at the bingo, so watch your joke.
Yeah.
Dean, we
We're
can
not-
see your Dean, we can see your chest and not your face.
Well, I'm better looking this way.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. It is 9 a.m. Before we call the meeting to order, I'm just wondering if Director Hooper is online.
Yes,
Is she
she
online?
is.
Yeah,
Okay,
she-
well, Facebook told me that it's her birthday today, so I'd like to wish Director Hooper a very happy
Oh,
birthday.
birthday, Susie.
Happy
Happy
birthday.
Happy birthday, Susie.
Okay,
Happy
Carmen, you
birthday.
gotta start us off with the song now, birthday
Happy
song.
birthday.
That would be you.
No,
We
no,
need.
Happy
I don't want to take your role.
There we go. Dean's starting us.
Happy birthday to you. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday, dear
Susie.
Susie.
Happy birthday
to
to
you. Oh, we need practice, but
One
we
more
need practice, but
We need to practice, people.
Yeah.
okay, okay. But
Thank
that's
you.
good.
Thank you,
That's called
everyone, and I'm gonna say it politely. I don't think you guys should quit your day jobs.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
how we
on-
may that's how we may sing happy birthday.
Thank you,
First thing
thank
in the
you,
morning.
everyone.
On
Way
that happy
attitude.
note, let's get to work so Susie can get on with her day and celebrate her birthday. I'd like to call the meeting to order and pass it on to Mr. Beaker to do the roll call.
Good morning, everyone. I have the list here as accurate as I could make it based on the attendees we have. We'll start at the top. Tom Adams. Tom Adams.
Good morning, present.
Morning, Tom. David Allard.
Present.
Good morning. Melanie Allard.
Present.
Good morning. Rob Anderson.
Present.
Good morning. Miranda Berard.
Present.
Good morning. Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Good morning. Joy Bremner.
Present.
Good morning. Topher Burke.
Present.
Good morning. Ron Karan. Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Good morning. Nicole Corson.
Present.
Good morning.
Good
Sean
morning.
Davern. Louis DeJager.
Present.
Good morning. Sylvia DeRoche.
Morning, present.
Morning. Cheryl Dodman.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning. Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Good morning. Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Good morning. Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Good morning. Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Good morning. Dean Gladue.
Present and good morning.
Good
Save me some
morning.
breath.
Tony Goulet.
Present.
Good morning. June Graham.
Good morning, John.
Good morning. Patrick Harriet.
Bon matin, present.
Good morning. Susie Hooper.
Good morning.
Good
Present.
morning and happy birthday. Travis Jobin.
Present.
Good morning. Jamie Lee Keith.
Here.
Good morning. Anthony Crelo.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Richard Lewis.
Present.
Good morning. Tyler Massey.
Morning.
Good morning. Betty Ann McDonnell.
Good morning. Present.
Good morning. Walter Minot.
Present.
Good morning. Corey Nosiski. Peggy Olansky.
John, I'm here for Peggy again, but my invite didn't come to my computer. So that's yesterday I was under Dan Pope. Today I'm under Paulette Flamons. If someone can change that for me.
All right. Good morning, Alana. Lana Olson. Valerie Pace.
Present.
Good morning.
Good morning. I don't have a picture, so maybe for the best.
Dan Pope.
Morning, John.
Morning, Dan. Wendy Schneider.
Morning.
Good morning. Kelly Sears.
The past 2 years, I made a lot of money. I couldn't really.
Mert Servatius.
Present.
Good morning. Dana Shaw. Lisa Smith.
I'm present.
Good morning. Natasha Smith.
Present. Good morning, everybody.
Morning. Greg Stanwood.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Joyce Sundin.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Marlene Swears.
Present. Good morning.
Good morning. Pixie Wells.
Unsay and present.
Good morning. Is there anyone present who I have not called?
Good morning, John. Sorry I missed my part in the roll call. I was having some internet troubles with Sean Daffron.
Good morning, Sean. Anyone else that was missed? Okay, I confirm that we have a quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. We will get right to it. Please look into your, Louis, would you like to?
Yeah, I would actually. I just, in light of what happened yesterday, of the conversation with Vince Van Wergen, and then the conversation that if anyone else knows of somebody else that could be in a conflict of interest, then they have an obligation to disclose it. So I say this only because I do have some paperwork of somebody that is present in the MNGA who is or was on another provincial Métis board in British Columbia. And it was a founding board of BC, I think they're called BC Red River Métis. So I'm a little concerned about where that person's loyalty is, because some of the documentation that I have actually is a funding ask from MMF where it states that membership, the person would have to renounce their citizenship with the Métis Nation British Columbia before being granted membership. So I guess my question is, would that person, I believe it's a VP of Kamloops, like to either admit, deny, or declare that they're in a conflict of interest?
And that name would be, who would that name be though? If they're on here, Louis.
Melanie Allard.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right. So what I'll do then, so we've got a similar situation than it sounds like as of yesterday. And so Director DeJager, what I'm going to ask at this point, obviously I know you've put that question to the other MNGA member, is if you are, as was brought yesterday, a motion for the board to consider, or for the MNGA, sorry, as a body to consider whether or not that individual is in a conflict of interest. Again, the definitions of that, if you don't have them, I think you can pull them online. The definition of conflict of interest is in the MNGA Act at section 2.6. And the relevant portion there is: a conflict of interest shall also exist when a member of the MNGA is or has become a director or officer whether elected, appointed, or otherwise, of a Métis provincial organization, association, or group whose interests are in conflict with the interests of the MNBC, in that their activities could negatively affect MNBC's ability or authority to operate, negotiate on behalf of, and represent the Métis people in British Columbia. And so I'm just going to ask you at this point, Mr. Dieger, if you are bringing such a motion for this body to consider whether, and I believe it was Ms. Allard's or Vice President Allard's, that Ms. Vice President Allard's in a position of a conflict of interest. Is that correct?
Yeah, so as seen, this assembly set a precedent yesterday. The onus is on Ms. Allard to declare whether she is in a conflict of interest or not. But yes, until that is proven, then I would like to put that motion forward.
Okay, we'll have the writing one. I'm sure it'll be similar to the wording previously. And I would just correct that in my reading of the legislation, it would not be the onus of an individual to establish they're not in a conflict, but rather the MNGA as a body to determine whether or not a conflict of interest exists. So obviously, Vice President Allard can make any statements and refute anything or put any other information or documents, etc., like we had yesterday. That's certainly an entitlement to do so. So we will have the wording, and essentially, I believe it'll be much the same as it was yesterday for a seconder. For a temporary suspension from the MNGA, as that's what's contemplated under section 3.4. That's the portion where the MNGA votes. But this does require a seconder. And so I'll ask if there is a seconder. And I do see Director Gervais' hand up. Are you wishing to second this, Director Gervais?
Sure. Yes, I'll second it. Thanks.
Thank you. So I'm just making notes. And so at this point, I will entertain this motion, and I will entertain individuals wishing to speak to it, whether there's questions or information to be provided at this time, and by indicating with a hand raised. And we'll
Mr.
have
Speaker,
wording in
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
could we have that phrase in our MNGA handbook for that conflict of interest? Maybe
Yes.
the president's more of a.
Yes, we'll ask our staff to assist us in putting section 2.6 of the MNGA Act.
Don't want the resolution.
Perhaps just a moment, Director Gervais, what we'll do is we'll put the wording of the resolution up first, just to confirm that it covers what yourself and Director Dieger intended, just so that we're clear. And then we can put the wording of the what constitutes a conflict of interest. So this is the wording. Again, it's similar to what was provided yesterday, and I'll just get a confirmation from both yourself, Director Dieger, and Director Gervais, that this is consistent with your intentions.
Thank you.
And perhaps for the okay.
Yeah, it's good with me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And then, so at this point, if I'll ask the staff to assist in putting the definition of conflict of interest from 2.6 of the MNGA Act. And I'm starting to record names as they're raising, but I will, I'm not sure if Director Dieger, if you wish to speak any further, and then I'll go to Director Gervais and then continue with the hands that I see.
I don't think so. It's pretty clear. The documentation is all there. What I'm hearing is that there was a resignation in June of 2023. That was 5 months ago. And yeah, so, you know, if we do for one, if this is the rules of the MNGA, I think it's up to the assembly to uphold the rules unless they want to change them.
Thank you. Director Gervais, did you wish to speak to this?
Yes, yeah. I'd just like to add too that when there's a like in any society in MNBC, when there's an appointment, there's usually some wording on that in the board that states that, and then if there's if somebody wants to retire from that position, they disclose that too, and it usually goes in the records and if requested to MNBC. But the Societies Act is precedence to all this kind of stuff. So that's I'm just saying that if we follow that process, it'll be good for everybody.
And I think, Chair, it should also say provincial board, because
Yes.
then it would align with the rules that we have.
Sorry, which portion? The you mean of the resolution?
Yeah,
Okay.
the resolution.
Okay. Thank you. I will turn next to President Ellard.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, David Allard, Salmon Army Association. Despite my concerns that I voiced yesterday when we went through something similar here, I do recognize MNGA's role in these matters. That being said, I think clarification is of the utmost importance in this case. So I would like to for us to take the necessary time to get out exactly what is being alleged here. As a point of clarification, under section 2.6, it mentions that it has become a director or officer, et cetera, et cetera. Can we have a definition of is or has become a director? The is part, in my mind, seems self-explanatory. That refers to the present tense, or has become a director. I'd like clarification on that. If we're referring to something in the past, is there a time limit to that? And does anyone else on here have any conflicts to declare if that is the case? My interpretation is it refers to the present, or has become a director refers to after the fact. So that's how I see it. Can we have clarification on this? And I hope we have more information regarding the subject at hand as well, because it's somewhat limited at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just have a moment, I'll just get back to you in a second. Thank you. So this section, this issue, the conflict of interest, in particular, the second paragraph in the definition, prior to yesterday, my understanding is that the only time that this has been applied previously was with regards to a prior president or member of the MNGA who sat as a current board member, and I believe it was of another provincial organization, Métis organization, and he was a current board member at that time. The wording is obviously, I agree, that's pretty self-explanatory, but the wording is or has become a director has not been decided or considered by our Senate to determine what exactly that would entail. In the previous instance, as I was just discussing, the information was that the board or the individual was currently, or at that time, at the relevant time, was still a board member of the other provincial organization. Obviously, yesterday, we had Vice President Van Wergen stating that he had resigned, but the Societies Act information was still listing him as a director, and obviously this body decided that that was sufficient, and as part of the resolution, the temporary suspension indicated that it would last until the point where he was removed from that the Societies Act documentation. In this case, I believe Director Dieger mentioned something about a resignation in June of 2023. And just speaking with our clerk, I believe there's information, but I'll perhaps turn over to Mr. Beaker to confirm that at least as of the most recent or updated information regarding Vice President Allard, is that she is not on the current documentation. So perhaps if I can just turn it over to Mr. Beaker to confirm that one way or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize to the MNGA that I cannot, I'm not going to screen share the document that we have here because it does list people's names and home addresses, which we don't want to put out publicly. That being said, I have a record of filing of directors of the society in question that is dated June 20th, 2023. Vice President Sallard's name no longer appears on the list of directors, but it did appear previously on filings for this society. But as of June 2023, the name no longer appears.
Thank you. So the way I would, so it's up to this body how you wish to define is or has become. And just as I said, highlighting the previous instances where this has been applied, it's when someone was actively or was still showing as a director, notwithstanding assertions that there had been a resignation. So I hope that assists to the degree it can. I next have Director Fisher.
Yes, I just noticed too on the motion that it says his and not her.
Yes, I think we fixed that. It was just we were
Okay.
basically basing it off from yesterday, so it might have been missed originally. Thank you. Did you wish to speak to the motion beyond pointing that out, Director Fisher?
Yes, I think at this point, where we are at with our nation, I believe that we need to use the tools that we have to protect our nation. And the those rules are there for a reason. And I think we have to, as much as this is disturbing that we have double dippers, I don't know what to call them. I'm very offended. I'm very disappointed in the people that are doing this. The rules are there. Follow the rules. It's there for a reason, to protect our nation. Métis Nation, British Columbia.
Thank you, Director Fisher. I next have President Keith.
I will yield my place in line to Tony, Louie, and Richard, and I'll follow up after them.
Thank you. President Goulet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, it's a little concerning these are coming before us after all this time, but I didn't quite hear, and maybe it would get cut out on the individual is not listed as of June 2022 or 23 as a director on the society. I didn't quite get if it was 2023 or 2022. It kind of cut out on me, so I don't know if it was my system or not. But I'm just looking at this conflict of interest, and you know, I know that we're trying in this Métis Provincial Council Association. It says association, other group, so that could be a number of people sitting at this table. It could be myself. I could be called into question if I belong to an Indigenous organization that does not, follow or understand the Métis Nation and British Columbia or its governance structure or anything like that. That could be perceived as a conflict of interest. I'm just recommending maybe as when we're finished with this, and I'm not sure how I'm voting, I'll probably abstain again. I just feel that we don't have enough information to just start putting people before an MNGA without, fully understanding what that looks like. But after that's done, I'm probably going to put a resolution for it that we change this process or look at this process or send it to the governance committee to really look at and delve into, because we're going to be here probably picking away and choosing, who's in conflict and who isn't. The other interesting thing is that, and I'll use the North Caribou Métis, who is registered under the Societies Act. It's governed by its own set of constitutions, bylaws, memberships, and all that, not including any of this stuff within their own constitution. And they set out their own membership, almost, if you want to say that, or acceptance. They try to be part of the MMBC and they sign a governance charter, but that individual can still be part of an organization if they were so elected at an annual general meeting as per their own constitution and bylaws. So I just want to put that out there, that we can say that they're suspended from attending the MNGA, but they can still be part of an organization outside of the MNGA. So I just wanted to make that clear and hope, and I just want a clarification on whether it's 22 or 23, if I can, please.
I'll turn to Mr. Beaker for that clarification.
No, thank you for the clarification. June 20th, 2023. So this year was the filing that we have where her name no longer shows up as a director.
Thank you for that clarification. I next turn to President Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to put forward for clarity reasons amendment to this motion, and I would like to see the name of the person in that motion, just for clarity reasons and making sure everything is clear. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll deal with that in a moment. And I'll turn perhaps to Director Dieger and Director, oh, sorry, just a moment. So to make that amendment, we would need a seconder. So I'm just going to look quickly to Director Dieger and Director Gervais, if that's agreeable. Really, it's just clarifying as opposed to the position, the actual individual. Is that, I'm seeing Director Dieger nodding. Director Gervais, is that okay with you as well? I'm seeing nodding. Thank you. So we'll just we'll add that just for the clarification purposes. I next have President Copeland.
Oh, okay.
I think Louis was waving his hand. I don't know what.
Yes, I'm allowing those who have not yet spoken to go prior to someone who's spoken already. President Copeland, are you still wishing to speak?
I was just going to second that motion, but it's already been seconded, so that's good.
Thank you very much. Okay, I then, yes, I will turn to Director Dieger.
Yeah, so this is never fun. I mean, I don't appreciate it, and I don't like doing this either. I mean, I hate it, right? And, we take an oath, and the oath is to protect the nation, to protect the Constitution, and protect the rules. And you all said yesterday, why didn't you? You're a director. You knew about it. Why didn't you say anything? So, here it is. And I said it. So what concerns me is June 2023 is only 5 months ago. I would really like to know when she became like vice president. Were you actually a director of both at the same time? I don't think that's inappropriate either. And I don't think that, Melanie has the interests of MNBC at all, especially influencing conversation that happens here. So for now, I don't think that she should be here.
Thank you. I next have President Keith, did you wish to go next?
Yes, please, if I can.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm concerned that we're inventing rules on the spot. There's nothing in there that says 5 months, 6 months, 4 months. I mean, it says has become, and I mean, as it's written here, this is wrong due to their role on another board, not affiliated. Well, that means ever. I mean, I'm just concerned that we're not allowing, like, Two Rivers picked Melanie Allard. They picked her knowing who she was. She's been a part of the community a long time. She was president way back. This is who they want to represent their voice. And we're not doing Two Rivers justice, I think, by taking their vote and throwing it out. And I also believe that there's some sort of bullying here that I'm very uncomfortable with. I think that people have a right to know if they're going to be put on the spot and what standard they need to meet in order to prove what issue that someone has with them. Melanie and Vince weren't told, we want screenshots of the Societies Act, proving that you're off. We want it to be X amount of time. We want this, we want that. It's not clarified. And I'm concerned that we're putting a standard on someone that they weren't really given a fair shot to understand what they needed to meet. And I've spoken with Mel and she said she had no idea that this was going to happen. And I also don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to put someone on the spot in front of 46 people when they had no idea that this was even going to be talked about. So thank you.
Thank you, President Keith. President Graham, please go ahead.
June Graham, Alberni Clackwit, Métis, good morning. I'm just feeling very concerned about stuff and just possibly it's not kind to address someone without them knowing prior. However, I don't want that to deter us from not serving our nation the best. And we're no dummies. We all know the people out there that don't support us. And they don't believe in MNBC. And I don't want us to be detoured by feeling empathic towards someone and perhaps doing wrong to our nation. So I guess I just want us all to pay heed to that we know who our enemies are. And let's not be foolish about that. We're all clear on the negativity that comes across social media against us. And for those folks to stand in and pretend that they're lovers of us, it's really hard to believe. And I for one, am very loyal to MNBC. I don't go off of that. I am a proud MNBC citizen. Some folks can't say that. They can say they're a proud MNBC citizen. They can say I'm a proud Red River citizen. Well, I think loyalty is one nation. So let's just not overlook the fact of those that are trying to come in on our MNBC family. Thank you.
Thank you, President Graham. I next have President Byrd.
Good morning, Caitlin Byrd, President of Métis Nation Greater Victoria. This is an important conversation for us to be having, and it's a difficult conversation for us to be having, and it's even more difficult to be having in the hypothetical because there are direct people attached to what we're discussing today and yesterday. When I approach difficult conversations, I try to do what I can to not make it a personal thing. And so I think a key difference between yesterday and today is who's registered on the Societies Act. I think Mr. Goulet mentioned that this should be brought to the governance committee and have far more in-depth conversation and not have it be placed necessarily on our MNGA. However, for this instance, and yes, my cat's making an appearance. For this instance, I think we only have what's in front of us and the information that's in front of us. And as I mentioned, a key difference between yesterday and today is who's registered and who's not registered within the other societies on the Societies Act. So in this instance, that person has resigned and the Societies Act no longer shows them as being registered on those multiple different societies. And so I think that's a difference we need to keep in mind and try to keep our personalities and the people part out of it so that we can make informed decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bird. I've got Director Gladue next.
You got to remember who we are. We're a government. We're not yes, we're societies, we follow the acts, but we're still a nation of people. And loyalty is important of who we are. We know that our nation is being threatened in British Columbia, and we must stand up to what is right and what is wrong. People are saying, let's do this. So I support this motion big time, and we must take action to ensure that our nation is properly adhered to. And we're not getting imposters and people coming in and just running to potentially destroy what we are building. And Louis is right. We need loyalty, but we also need people to denounce what they're doing with other organizations, and especially nations that are coming in to try to destroy Métis Nation. So I'll vehemently support MNBC because we are struggling in this province. And if you heard my Bill C-53 vote speech, especially on why we are struggling, we are at civil war with each other in Canada. Let's admit where we are here right now. There are threats throughout this province, and there are threats coming in to destroy what we've been building. And if we don't stand up, we are a nation, not a club, people, a nation. So I leave it at that. Neono instutino te. We are people of the land and of the language and of the culture. We're not a bunch of muñaos with colonial mentality sitting here. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a couple names. I've got, I will recognize and turn over to Mr. Beaker, and I've got President Smith and President Bremner.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask the Deputy Clerk to please display the resolution up here because we have I have some questions for the Assembly about the resolution because this is a similar but different issue. So we've taken the language that we that was used in yesterday's instance of this, and the MNGA decided to temporarily suspend that person until the resignation is registered with BC Registry. The highlighted section does not apply in this case because we have confirmation that they are no longer registered. So the question becomes, if the MNGA is going to decide this issue, is this a temporary suspension? Is it a permanent suspension? Because the MNGA Act allows for both. And if it is a temporary suspension, what term would it be? We put a the Assembly put a requirement on the delegate yesterday to do something to satisfy the terms of the suspension, and with the assumption that if that is satisfied, the suspension would be over. In this case, because this doesn't apply, I don't know what this person could do to satisfy it. So I would suggest that this be clarified as to the term of the suspension, if it's temporary or if it is a permanent suspension. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker, and thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate that. I do have President Smith and President Bremner, but before I get to you, I'm going to turn back to Director Dieger and Director Gervais as the mover and seconder of this motion to perhaps clarify, one, is this to be a temporary or permanent suspension? And two, if it's temporary, what would be the either end date or intervening matter or incident that would cause the conclusion of the temporary suspension. So perhaps I'll go first to Director Dieger as the original mover. And if you wish to perhaps speak to that.
I honestly don't feel that I'm qualified to be any judge, to judge anybody, and to give anyone sentence or tell them what to do. All I did was brought the information forward, like I was asked to do in the assembly yesterday. And this is the assembly's job to do. That's what we were told in the conversation yesterday, that the assembly would decide. So whether it be like, were you with this director at the same time for two? I don't know. That would be up to the assembly to decide, and I will yield at that.
Right. Perhaps I'll give Director Gervais an opportunity. Is there I'm not saying say preference, but with regards to, let's say, even just starting temporary versus permanent suspension?
Yeah, well, listening to Louis, it's pretty much what I'd want to agree with, to let the MNGA to be able to determine this, because we're not judges. We're just going by what the MNGA is all about.
If it is temporary, then it's up to the governance committee to decide what those parameters are. I totally agree with President Goulet and the direction that he wants to go.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. That assists obviously going forward, but is kind of leaving us currently in a position where we don't know what the actual vote would be. As Mr. Beaker said, if we leave it as the wording, and again, we just adopted the wording primarily from yesterday. If this is the wording, then the suspension would, even if this passed, would already, essentially it's a nullity, because Vice President Allard's not registered with BC Registry as a director on that other society. So President Bremner, President Smith, I do have your hands, and I've got you in my queue. If you could just lower your hands, unless you want to answer to this point, if on whether or not it should be a temporary or permanent suspension, and if it's temporary, what the end of that temporary, or when the conclusion of that temporary suspension occurs. So if you're wishing to lower your hands at this point, that's fine. I've got your names, but if I'm looking for some guidance from the MNGA on those two issues. President Smith, did you wish to speak to that particular issue?
No, sorry, I was just reading everything again for clarity in the act.
All right.
But
All right.
please keep me on the list for after we.
I have you. Yeah, so you can lower your hand down at this
Thank
moment.
you.
I do have your name on the list. Director Harriet.
Just to that specific point, I'm wondering if this language would be helpful, and that is that greater clarity, the matter will be referred to the MNGA Governance Committee for greater clarity on the language and the length of suspension. Like, I'm just trying to take what President Goulet was saying, and I'm just trying to be helpful with the bit of a quandary that this is in right now. Does that make sense to everyone?
I think
sorry.
Yes. Perhaps I'll turn to Mr. Beaker to respond to that query.
Thank you for that. And the referring the matter for clarification around the MNGA Act for matters going forward is definitely something that the Assembly can task the Governance Committee with. The Governance Committee can't, the MNGA cannot task a committee of the MNGA to determine the length of a suspension. The legislation says very clearly that the MNGA determines whether or not somebody's in a conflict of interest, and if it's a temporary suspension, they determine that. That cannot be, it can't be deferred. It stays in the hands of the Assembly. So your second point, and also to President Goulet's point, is one that's well taken, and the members of the governance committee on the call right now know that even without a motion to refer it, we're going to bring it up at the committee, of course. But determine the suspension, the MNGA has to decide that. And it looks like they have to decide it right now if they want to take action on this.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. President Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you so much for that, Mr. Clerk. I was thinking along the same lines. I think we've been focusing on Article 2.6, which is actually interpretation or definition of conflict of interest. But if we look at Article 3.4, it says clearly, no member of the MNGA shall be allowed to be in conflict of interest. If found to be in conflict of interest by the majority of the MNGA, that member shall be subject to permanent or temporary suspension from being a member of the MNGA by a majority vote of the members at the MNGA, where at least 3/4 of the members of the MNGA are present. So clearly it says the MNGA makes that decision. So I would think that in this motion, it should state whether it's going to be permanent or temporary. And I'm not suggesting either way how this vote is going to go. I would ask us to all keep in mind that a person so suspended may appeal the suspension to the Senate, whose decision will be final and binding. And I'm just going to point out this situation today is quite different than the one from yesterday, but I'll save that for later when I speak. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we're in the same situation, and so like we need the board or the MNGA as a body, needs to determine if this is, we're proposing a consideration of a temporary suspension or a permanent suspension if assuming that a conflict of interest is found. I think one way we might be able to do it, I may suggest, is if there's a vote to determine whether or not a conflict of interest exists first, and then deal with it in that aspect. So have a vote if the body determines there is a conflict of interest, then we can move forward to determine whether and discuss whether that should be temporary or permanent. And then because if it doesn't pass and the body does not find that it's conflict of interest exists in this particular case, then that would resolve that, and we can deal with we wouldn't need to deal with the temporary versus permanent nature. So I might suggest that we deal with it in that fashion first, but I'm certainly open to the body, and I do have what I'll recognize Director Harriet again. I think Director DeJager, and then Director Harriet on this issue, and then I've got you as well, Director Bremner.
Yeah, I guess definitely it would be temporary because we need to, I think, get our our ducks in a row on this issue and the pressures that come from outside our nation. But clearly in the funding application to Manitoba Métis Federation that this group did, it says that you have to renounce your membership to MNBC and become an MMF member. So I'm not sure if this body is open to MMF members sitting at its tables. So those are my concerns. The precedent is set. Our rules are the rules, and we need to follow them. So I would say it's temporary until, maybe Ms. Allard can, either send a resignation letter to MFM or MMF. But actually, shouldn't she have an opportunity to speak? I mean, she hasn't even spoke about these allegations against her. So I would at least afford her the opportunity to explain some of this.
Certainly, and that opportunity is here. Vice President Allard can certainly raise her hand to speak and respond to this, as Vice President Van Wergen did yesterday. And so when Vice President Allard raises her hand, certainly she will be recognized. Go back to Director Harriet, then President Bremner.
So this is definitely a unique circumstance, and as we continue to build our nation, I'm someone who's very concerned about governance and how we're going to be Otipemisiwak govern ourselves. So in this circumstance, I'm wondering, similar to other governments, because what we're doing is governance right now, can we refer some of this to the Senate, at least the portion when it comes to length, which could help set precedents? I'm just trying to give ideas on what is a new and unique circumstance moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll turn to Mr. Beaker in just a moment, but perhaps I'll hear from President Bremner first, as it may bring other issues that need clarification. But President Bremner, go ahead, and then I'll recognize Mr. Beaker.
Joy Bremner, leader of the Mid-Island Métis Nation. And I think this one is creating a lot of conflict in my own mind. Yesterday, there was a public post of that individual's name, publicly viewable by all of us. Today, this individual, I'm not seeing that anyone has presented that that is the case. You know, her name had been removed, obviously. And so that in itself, to begin, is conflicting. And so then even looking at the conflict of interest that's put forward within our own documentation, it in itself is confusing. So, I mean, personally, everyone has their own views. And if we're going to start personally looking at how we remove people and individuals as opposed to what is legitimately out there in the public, the stand they have taken, I find that difficult. And, you know, personally, I can say that in my own community, some of my members have come to me and spoken to me about us leaving MNBC. But, you know, overall, that's not the case, and that's not my opinion. But could I be held in conflict because those members came and spoke to me around that? This becomes an issue on a much larger scale. And I do believe that without anything further in our own documentation, it's difficult to either temporarily or permanently suspend this individual. And that's like the logistics of what's in front of us. And as her name is not publicly posted anywhere as being a part of that other federation or a director or anything like that, it's difficult for all of us. And I think we have to consider that, you know, reflect on your own past to see when there might have been conflicting interactions, or you had to listen as the leader of your community to those members that are opposed to MNBC. And so I won't take responsibility for those personal beliefs of others. So yeah, I think just careful consideration of the conflict for ourselves here and what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bremner. I'll recognize our clerk, Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. I wanted to provide some clarification on a suggestion that was made by Director Harriet, that the term of the suspension be referred to the Senate. Regrettably, that cannot be done, as the Senate is the one who would decide an appeal. The body that determines the length of a suspension would therefore not be able to decide an appeal on that. Again, the MNGA Act is clear. The MNGA needs to decide temporary or permanent, and if it's temporary, they need to decide a term. No, there is no other body that will do that under our legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. President Goulet.
Thank you. And to Mr. Beaker's point, yeah, if you read all of this, it does say it's left up to the MNGA to determine that length of time. We can't defer this to, if we're deferring this, then the individual, we're doing it injustice here. Conflict of interest is so tough. In my other roles, in my governance roles on city council, school trustee, you know, conflict of interest is there. It's in legislation, but it also comes to the individual to declare a conflict of interest. That's what the legislation has been put in when you run municipalities, when you run in school boards, when you run in any election. They're taking it on that person. It's not for other people to call out somebody's conflict of interest. It's that individual that has to say, I'm in a conflict of interest. If they don't, it could lead to big issues. It could lead to and it's happened to lawsuits, to different things within organizations that turn ugly about defining what is a conflict of interest. So this is quite the discussion, and I'm just listening and thinking about how we can do this. I think there's a motion on the floor. We have to deal with it. And then I was going to come back on to be on the speakers that we look at this MNGA Act and send this act back to the governance committee to come with some recommendations so we can clean up the wording on the conflict of interest, the terms, and all of that. That was my original point, I think. But there's a motion on the floor, so we have to either move with the motion, defeat the motion, however that works. But I would like to come back on after the motion is defeated to make that recommendation.
Thank you. And I've got Vice President Allard. Just before I get to you, and I think just Mr. or President Goulet, I think as was commented, I believe by Director Harriet and I think Mr. Beaker as well, I don't know if a formal certainly the MNGA could make a formal recommendation or direction to the governance committee, but it sounds like those on the governance committee that are present here today are obviously hearing the issues and are likely to bring that to the governance committee for consideration with or without a recommend or a direction. But I will next recognize Vice President Allard. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm really sorry that it has to come to the MNGA like this. I've been a part of the MNGA. I've been with MNBC since 2010. I've been part of my community since 2010 when I moved here to Kamloops. I think a lot of this resolution that we're discussing comes from the times when I'm not sure how many people know about Ken Fisher in 2013 and 2014. And that's when these types of things come in. There are a lot of other communities out there that have signed agreements with the BC Métis Federation, but I'm not going to go on that part. It's part of their communities, which is good. Yes, I did sign up with the Red River Métis of British Columbia, and I did do that because I used to be an employee of MNBC, and MNBC let me down. Okay, I was very hurt. I was just brokenhearted. And then I thought, okay, well, maybe I'll go somewhere else because my own nation didn't want me. All right. And I'm not going to get into all the details because I'm not allowed to. But I was at a community meeting, and a few times we had some president changes and stuff here, and people are like, run again, run again, run again. I'm like, no, I can't. I'm part of something else. And our community right now was in dire need of some help and some assistance. So this last meeting that we went to, I had put my name forward prior to help, and it didn't happen. So then this time around, I was nominated again, and I said, yes, you know what? There was nothing going on anywhere else. And so I said, sure, you know what? I'm free now. I was free from it. I was free from it from June. I was free from before. I feel that this is a personal attack because I did announce that I'm going to run for Vice President of Métis Nation BC because I do want to see some changes. Okay? So I'm really sorry if it's upsetting everyone. I'll gladly leave my community. I messaged the president. I messaged every single person on our board on our WhatsApp part and told them that, I'm being asked to be removed. So it just really hurts. It really hurts me. I feel lateral violence right now. People are blowing up my phone. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to come to this, but I really, really am 100% behind our Métis people and our Métis Nation. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Allard. I next have Director De Jager, but we're getting to a point, as I said, we need to have a determination on whether this is proceeding and whether it's going with a temporary suspension or otherwise, or as I suggested, we could look at, let's deal with a vote on whether or not there's a conflict of interest and then proceed accordingly or as necessary going forward. But that's only a suggestion. I can't choose how that's placed. I need that direction from this body. Director De Jager, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I would then just change it for a temporary suspension until the next MNGA. And that would give enough time for the governance committee to sort out what these rules are. So again, I'm just going off of the precedent that was set yesterday to follow the rules that are in place today without prejudice.
Thank you. So it'll be a temporary, the suggestion is a temporary suspension until the next MNGA. Well, we'll need a seconder to adjust this, and if you wish to second that that change, please just use the raise hand function and identify yourself.
Yes, I'll approve that, yeah, for temporary. Thank you.
And that's Director Gervais. Okay, thank you. And I do have our clerk, Mr. Beaker, if you wish to perhaps make a comment.
Well, thanks. And the Deputy Clerk was anticipating what I was mentioning. We want to be clear. So when Louis says next MNGA, we mean the March 2024 MNGA, and I'm seeing agreement. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to do one last call. I know President Smith, for example, wished to speak to the original motion prior to my question or for clarification on the temporary versus permanent aspect of it. I also had President Bremner, if you still wish to speak, or if we're at a point where we can proceed to vote. So if you're wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I think we're getting close to a point where we should be able to vote on this. President Smith, go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you. And I just want to be clear, I'm speaking to the motion that is currently on the screen. So the amendments have been accepted by the mover
amended.
and seconder. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to say may be taken as a little bit too astute, but I think I need to say it. I've been on this board of directors. I'm in my 17th year now, and I would not have stayed on this board had I not believed in our nation and want to protect our nation with everything I have. We all know how difficult it is by having these other groups try and take over British Columbia. And it's very difficult when we have people attacking our nation, attacking us personally, and just trying to destroy everything we've built up over the years. Having said that, I think I have to be very pragmatic on this. And I really respect our Senate as our judicial system. So I have to look at this under a legal lens. I'm not a lawyer, but I have to look at it pragmatically. We have proof that Vice President Allard has been removed from the Society of the BC Red River Métis. We have proof of that. And our Senate clerk read that out. She was removed from that society in 2023 of June. And I respect that our clerk did not want to post the society form because it does have people's personal addresses on it, and we need to protect that. Because this is so different than what occurred yesterday. We know that yesterday that person was still listed on the society form, but today it's quite different. We do have proof that this person that we're referring to is not any longer on that society as a director. So because of all that, I'm going to I've always tried to make decisions with integrity, and as much as my heart has been hurt by other groups, my soul has been ripped apart by other groups and people attacking myself and board members and MNBC as a whole. I have to say I cannot vote in favor of this. I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Is there anyone else, or are we at a point where we can go with a vote? Not seeing any other hands. Oh, just a moment. Please just give me. All right, thank you. And so I know President Smith had asked whether we're speaking to the amendments. That was, but I think we should just go for, I will seek unanimous consent that all the amendments that have been put in here is the resolution that we're discussing. Unless I do see both President Allard and President Graham, you can leave your hands up, that's fine. Just if you object, or if anyone objects, use the raise hand function. President Graham, President Allard, if you object to the amendments that we've made, just raise your physical hand as I can see you on the screen. All right, I'm not seeing any hands being raised, so we will accept those amendments to the original motion. So we'll delete all the unnecessary portions there in just a moment. And then I will recognize President Allard.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to say that as written, I won't be able to support this. I believe we're kind of sidestepping the issue of the definition of the time frame that this reality would apply to. Proof was shown that that person is not part of the group in question. So it seems pretty black on white in my estimation based on that. All the other stuff, sure, politics, human nature, that's all nice and dandy. But if we go by what's in front of us, I won't be able to support this. And on a quick side note, I'd like to thank President Smith for her words. They align with the way I feel on this. In the past, I've been fairly critical of MNBC in different circumstances for different reasons. But in this case, despite the fact that there may very well be strategic reasons for your pronouncements, President Smith, I do believe them, and yeah, hats off for saying what you said. Thank you.
Thank you, President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clackwood Métis. Yeah, I just want to put out that I think we need to put our energies and focus in on putting in place that folks that have other affiliations are not part of our board. I mean, why our governance? Why can't we do that so that it doesn't come to this? Why do we have to come to this? You know, having folks that we know, social media, they're all out there, they're Manitoba lovers, you know, we all know it. So why are we here, and why don't we have something in place so that we don't have to come to this uncomfortable position of having to judge and jury somebody, right? Like, let's get something in place so this doesn't happen. And, you know, I encourage those that are, you know, lovers of other places, please go there. Leave us alone, right? Let us just do our own thing. Anyway, it's very frustrating. Thank you.
Director Harriet.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of good comments, and I appreciate especially what President Graham just said. I think, you know, being on the MNGA Governance Committee, I will absolutely make sure it's on the agenda, because we need to strengthen what constitutes a conflict of interest and mechanisms to make sure that some of that is sorted out before this table convenes, because this has been heart-wrenching, honestly. How it stands right now in the wording, I don't think I can support this, but I absolutely am committed to working to strengthening the conflict of interest rules, because we need to protect our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I am going to stop discussion there. Director Dieger and Director Fisher, I know, have been on the list prior. I think we're getting to the point where we're past the first health break, and we want to get onto the other business. And I think we've had a fulsome discussion on this. So I am going to turn it over to Mr. Beaker for the roll call on this. Oh, sorry. Director Dieger?
Sorry, Chair. Respectfully, I was going to withdraw the motion from what I've heard. Point being, this needs to be dealt with. And I couldn't, as of yesterday, I knew this information, and this assembly said, if you knew something, tell the truth. And I'm a truth teller, and this is what I know. And now you know. So I withdraw this unless somebody else would like to pick it up.
We're just checking to make sure that process we can do that. And in the interim, perhaps I can get your, I recognize Director Gervais.
Yes, I would definitely be in Lewis's shoes for this one. We need to give this what we're hearing and what's taking place. We need to have it go a little bit different direction to get more wording on it.
Thank you. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just conferring with the rules around withdrawal. This motion can be withdrawn with unanimous consent of the Assembly. Without that, it will need to go to a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. So at this point, given that we have a motion to withdraw the motion, I'm going to look for anyone objecting to the withdrawal of the conflict of interest consideration. Yes, President Allard, you're objecting?
Correct.
Thank you very much. All right, we will move to a roll call vote. I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. As per the rules yesterday, we require a majority vote of votes cast for this to pass. So an abstention in this case is going to be considered a null vote. So no vote. So it is not the effect of voting no. And also, as mentioned yesterday, as Vice President Allard is currently a delegate of the MNGA, her name will be called in the roll for this. And we are going to start in reverse alphabetical order. Pixie Wells.
No.
Marlene Swears.
No.
Joy Sundin.
No.
Greg Stanwood.
No.
Lisa Smith.
No.
Sorry, can you repeat, please?
Sorry about that. My microphone wasn't down. No.
Thank you. Mert Servatius.
No.
Wendy Schneider.
No.
Dan Pope.
I'm sorry. No.
Valerie Pace. Walter Minot.
No.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
No.
Tyler Massey.
No.
Richard Lewis.
No.
Anthony Carrillo.
No.
Jamie Lee Keith.
No.
Travis Jobin.
No.
Susie Hooper.
No.
Patrick Harriet.
No.
June Graham.
No.
Tony Goulet.
With a heavy heart, I am going to abstain on this one.
Dean Gladue. Dean
No.
Gladue.
No, sorry. Mike was off.
Thank you. Rainey Gervais.
Staying.
Paulette Flamond.
No.
Deborah Fisher.
No.
Alicia Fernando.
No.
Gerald Dodman.
No.
Sylvia DeRoche.
No.
Louis DeJager.
Abstain.
Sean Davern.
No.
Alana Copeland,
Abstain.
Nicole Corson,
No.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
No.
Joy Bremner,
No.
Caitlin Bird,
No.
Miranda Berard,
No.
Rob Anderson,
No.
Melanie Allard, David Allard,
No.
Tom Adams,
No.
is there anyone whose name I did not call? Okay, Topher
There's a
Burke,
few of them in that, yeah. No. You didn't call Natasha Smith.
sorry, Natasha Smith,
No.
okay. Anyone else who was missed?
I wasn't missed, but I didn't get my vote and it's a no.
That's Valerie Pace.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sorry, Jamie Lee Keith.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, oh, okay, never mind. She's back. Melanie had lost a connection first. I wanted to wait it until she's back in, but apparently she is. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly Sears.
No.
Thank you. And Melanie Allard.
No. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I think that is everyone. Okay. We have no votes in favor. We have 4 abstentions and and 37 votes opposed, so the motion is defeated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. So the motion is defeated. We will take a 10-minute health break. Please return at 10:28 Pacific, 11:28 Mountain. We'll be jumping right into Resolution 4 at that time. So please be prompt. We do have to go through the roll call to establish quorum. Thank you,
Just if I
everyone.
can, Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, can I just be added after the break? Quick minute, just to put that motion forward. I think it's important as we're going through governance.
Certainly, we can recognize you after the break.
Tanshe, everyone, welcome back. We will go to the clerk to do roll call first before we dive back into it. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll start from the top. Tom Adams.
Present.
David Allard. Sorry, please repeat. I saw him there.
Present.
Thank you. Melanie Allard.
Present.
Miranda Berard.
Here.
Caitlin Bird.
Here.
Joy Bremner.
Here.
Topher Burke.
Here.
Alana Copeland. Ron Karan.
Sorry, I'm here, John.
Well, thank you, Alana. Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Nicole Corson.
Present.
Sean Davern. Louis DeJagger.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Present.
Kate Elliott. Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Tony Goulet.
Present.
June Graham.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jimmy Lee Keith. Anthony Crelo.
Present.
Richard Lewis.
Present.
Tyler Massey.
Present.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Walter Minot.
Present.
Valerie Pace. Dan Pope.
Here, John.
Wendy Schneider. Kelly Sears.
Here.
Mert Servatius.
Present.
Dana Shaw. Lisa Smith.
Present.
Natasha Smith.
Present.
Greg Stanwood.
Here.
Joy Sundin.
Present.
Marlene Swears.
Present.
Pixie Wells.
Present.
Rob Anderson.
Here.
Is there anyone else that I missed?
You forgot me.
Wendy Schneider.
I am here, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Jamie Keith is here as well.
Jamie Lee Keith. Excellent. Anyone else? Okay, I confirm that a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Chair recognizes Mr. Goulet. If you would like to speak to the motion that you requested to speak to, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't want to be, how do you say, belabor this or make this long, but I just quickly wrote out very simple. And all I'm doing is that I know that we talked about it and I heard that it's going to go there, but I think this body has the ability to put it there, and I would like it in a motion in case the governance committee changes members or something happens or it becomes. So I want to refer the Métis Nation Governing Assembly Act to the governance committee of the MNBC, addressing articles 2.6 conflict of interest and 3.4 the process for that. So I so move because I think it should go to the governance committee and come back with some recommendations and some wording, because if we're going to continue and it's part of our good governance. So thanks.
Mr. DeJager, would you like to second?
I will definitely second that.
Okay, Chair recognizes Mr. Beaker.
Yes, thanks. And I would just like to either ask President Goulet if he could send that text to the clerks. If not, we can type that up accordingly and make sure that it reflects your intentions. So one or other.
Can I send that to you right now? I think I have that ability, John.
Yes, please.
Mr. Harriet, go ahead.
Yeah, without seeing the text in front of me, which I'm sure will be displayed shortly, I just want to perhaps suggest an amendment just to include and other mechanisms to strengthen conflict of interest rules and mechanisms. Just because if we're looking at this holistically, I think we should give the MNGA Governance Committee the ability to look at all mechanisms to ensure that conflict of interest is addressed.
We're just going to wait until we get that text up on the screen.
Just like to mention that this is sovereignty in practice. What you are doing is nation building and you're solving the problem. So congratulations. Thanks, Tony.
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
Sorry, just to clarify, President Goulet, have you emailed that text to us yet? Or in the process of doing so?
I'm in the process. You'll have it here shortly. I'll send it out to you in the chat. I think that's the easiest for me to do that. It'll be coming right to you, Mr. B.
All right. We'll keep our eyes peeled.
Chair recognizes Vice President Schneider. Go ahead, please.
Are we live streaming this? We can't seem to get it on YouTube. Thank you.
So Wendy, I've been told it was up earlier, and as far as we know, nothing's changed. Is it?
Wendy, just go to my Facebook and share it from there.
Okay, Mr. Allard, go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Beaker.
Yeah, just a heads up, I emailed an amendment I'd like to have added to Tony's motion there. I sent it to John and Nicole. So just a heads up. It's part of the Electoral Act, the section I think that relates directly to what we're discussing, and hopefully it can be added to Tony's motion. Thank you.
Mr. Allard, are you wishing to speak again, or is that a stale hand?
Did you receive that, Mr. Beaker? Sorry, it took a bit. I was working on my laptop. And that can be amended, but I was just trying to get the gist of what I was trying to put into the motion.
I have received it. Thank you.
And I'm happy for any amendments. I think to expedite the process, I think it'll be open. I'm just trying to get us a process that we move forward with this.
Go ahead, Director Hooper.
I'm just wondering if for the interest of time, if this motion could be put towards the end, or if we could go on to our next motion while this is being put on the screen and solved, just in the interest of time. It's already at 10:42.
Thank you for the suggestion, Director Hooper. I think that we're almost, I think we almost have it correct. The other thing is that if we do move on to other resolutions, the clerks won't be able to work on this motion.
Go ahead, Mr. Allard.
Yeah, I just out of clarification there, we're changing the agenda. Was that required to be done with unanimous consent or not? Did that happen? Just out of clarification and perhaps as well to kill a bit of time here. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Allard. And it would be, in my opinion, that you are correct that this matter was not added onto the agenda when it was adopted. With that said, though, this is what would be considered a incidental main motion, in that it has arisen out of some action that was taken by the Assembly, and because of that, if no other motion is pending, it is in order to move it because it's directly related to the business that has happened in the Assembly. So that would be my opinion.
Thank you very much. Don't mean to detract from your good work. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is going to be displayed on the screen, and I will pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone's patience with developing this. So Mr. Goulet's text was that the MNGA refer Articles 2.6 and 3.4 of the MNGA Act to the MNGA Governance Committee to clarify what constitutes a conflict of interest for MNGA members and to develop a fulsome process regarding suspending a member under Article 3.4, we should add, of the MNGA Act. Mr. Allard has suggested an amendment to this motion to add Article 8.4 of the Electoral Act as part of this consideration because Article not Article 8.4, but Article 8.7 of the Electoral Act, because that also speaks towards a conflict of interest for a candidate in an MNBC election. So the red text incorporates Mr. Allard's suggestion that we look at that part of conflict of interest as well. So we would look at both the MNGA Act, but also the Electoral Act as well. So this is what we have for you.
Mr. Goulet, do you accept this? Does this capture what you want to say?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, it does. And thanks for putting it in the other acts, I think, because if it's referenced in there, then we should look at the reference to conflict of interest. So yes, I am okay, and I so move.
Mr. DeJager, would you like to follow up with some comments?
I just wanted to have some clarification on and candidates in MNBC elections, because we don't have MNGAs while there's an election going on, or what exactly, how does that have to do with the intent of the original motion?
Mr. Allard, would you like to address that? And then Patrick, we will go to you.
Yeah, hi. I think the intent of the original motion is up for debate, actually. If we're talking about the motion that brought about Tony's motion. Tony's motion is to look into conflict of interest, inspired by the motion that you submitted, actually. So I think it's appropriate to include this as well. Thank you.
Mr. Harriet?
Yeah, I'm just coming back to the amendment that I was suggesting, and if we can include language such as and other mechanisms, including other acts, to ensure no conflict of interest in our governance processes. Just to widen the scope, because I think that if we're going to look at this, it needs to be globally.
Thank you. Mr. Goulet, you had your hand up previous. Did you still wish to speak?
No, I am okay. Yeah, I'm just reading this too, and I just saw, and candidates in the MNBC elections. I'm not sure we need to put that piece in there, but we can refer to Patrick's wording about other acts that address conflict of interest.
Sorry, just clarification. It's not necessarily legislation that already exists with conflict of interest. I think that'd be within the scope, but I'm saying we should look globally at mechanisms to ensure there's no conflict of interest, right? I'm just trying to widen the scope for all of our governance processes.
Go ahead, Mr. Allard.
Yeah, I wonder if we can quickly bring up Article 8.7. It actually mentions candidates in the MNBC election in Article 8.7. So that's the reason that was that's mentioned there. And also whoever is elected at the MNBC board becomes a MNGA member. So it all ties in my opinion.
We'll go to Ms. Schneider and then to Mr. Beaker. Go ahead, Ms. Schneider. Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
Actually, I think I need to go assist the deputy clerk as part of my comments here. So just bear with us 1 second.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
listen, I'm sorry, I have family matters just come up. I have to leave the meeting. Thank you, and I apologize to the membership.
I hope all is okay. Take good care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
Okay, thank you. And I think that we've been able to incorporate some of the suggestions here. So we're going to refer Articles 2.6, 3.4 of the MNGA Act, Article 8.7 of the Electoral Act, and any other MNBC legislation to the MNGA Governance Committee with direction to clarify what constitutes a conflict of interest for MNGA members and candidates in MNBC elections and develop a fulsome process. And just to kind of explain why the wording is, as Mr. Allard mentioned, and I think that was displayed, there is a provision in the current Electoral Act about candidates perhaps being considered to be in a conflict of interest. So that is tied to Articles 2.6 and 3.4 of the MNGA Act, including any other MNBC legislation around conflict of interest. I think captures part of Director Harriet's suggestion, but also because the way that the motion is worded, the MNGA Governance Committee would not be the MNGA Governance Committee would not be limited into what scope they could use to come up with a direction to clarify and to clarify what constitutes a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Mr. Goulet, Mr. Harriet, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And sorry about the delay there. I didn't want to do the meeting, but I think this is important for us to, as the conversations for yesterday and this morning, we just need to clean that up. And that was my intention as we move forward. And I just hope it gets support. As I'd said in my opening comments, this is part of our governance, and we can make the change and move forward. So hope it gets support. Thanks.
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, as long as nothing in the language here would imply a limitation of the committee to explore what constitutes conflict of interest or mechanisms to prevent conflict of interest, I'm in support.
Thank you. If there are no objections to these amendments, we are going to go for unanimous consent. So if you do have an objection, please raise your hand.
Just as the seconder, I agree. Just because I wasn't mentioned there, sorry.
Sorry, Louis. Any objections? Please raise your hand. I don't see any objections, so we will move to a vote or a discussion, sorry. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, I will pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. We will take a roll call vote, and as this does not impact any legislation or the Constitution, a majority vote will suffice for it to be adopted. And we will start from reverse alphabetical order. Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
In favor.
Greg Stanwood.
In favor.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw. Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Wendy Schneider.
Yes.
Valerie Pace. Walter Minot.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Anthony Creelo.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Favor.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Jeff Crozier. Nope, sorry. No, Jeff is not here. Alana Copeland.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Miranda Berard. Rob Anderson.
Yes.
Melanie Allard.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Tom Adams.
Yes.
Is there anyone that I missed?
You missed Natasha Smith again.
Miss me again too.
And I'm a yes.
Okay, so that was Natasha Smith. And that was a yes.
Yes.
Topher Burke. My apologies to both of you. Anyone else? Okay, well, that is adopted unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. We are now going to move to resolution 4. And I will once again pass this over to Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. Resolution 4, subject constitutional clarifications. Legislation affected is the Constitution. Submitted by South Okanagan Similkameen Métis Association to the clerk on October 23, 2023, and it will require 75% of votes in approval to adopt. Whereas legislative provisions require vigilant review to ensure that they are correctly stated and written in unambiguous language. And in the event an error or inconsistency is discovered, the error must be rectified as a housekeeping matter. Be it resolved that the Constitution be amended as follows. Insert the words "and Board of Directors" in the title Métis Nation British Columbia MNBC of the Constitution so that it will read Métis Nation British Columbia MNBC and Board of Directors. Strike the word MNBC from Articles 12, 14 to 16, 18 to 27, 36, 41 to 45, 47, 51, 54, 67, 71, and insert Board of Directors in its place. In Article 17, strike the first instance of MNBC and insert board of directors in its place. In Article 46, strike first instance of MNBC and insert board of directors in its place and delete the second instance of MNBC. In Article 59, strike the second, fourth, and fifth instances of MNBC and insert board of directors in its place. In Article 60, strike all instances of the MNBC.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Do I have a mover for this motion? Thank you, President Keith. And Vice President Schneider, thank you. You're seconding, I'm assuming?
I am, yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, President Keith.
Hello. Yes, just a general housekeeping motion. As I was reading it, it was unclear if when it said MNBC, if it was referring to staff, if it was referring to MNBC inclusive of all of its citizens or just the board of directors. So it's just a point of clarification and it reads easier. Thank you.
Vice President Schneider, would you like to speak to the resolution?
Yes, it is confusing and this is more clarification and that's what we're about. So thank you.
Go ahead, President Smith.
Thank you so much. Years ago, I believe it was about 12 years ago now, the AGM or the MNGA table asked for clarification on what MNBC actually means. So the legal opinion that we were given at that time, MNBC means the board of directors who have the fiduciary responsibility of the oversight of MNBC. I can agree that over the years it has been confusing about what the definition of MNBC is. And I'm not going to say either way whether this should pass or not, but I just want to add the clarification on the legal opinion we had on definition of MNBC several years ago.
Thank you, President Smith. Any further discussion? All right, I will pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
Okay, thank you. According to our last quorum count, we require 31 votes in the affirmative to adopt this resolution. Just another reminder that an abstention will have the effect of a no vote in this case. And we will start from alphabetical order. Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Melanie Allard.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
Yay.
Miranda Berard.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Topher Burke.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Alana Copeland.
Yes.
Sean Daverin.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Gerald Dodman.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Yes.
Anthony Creelo.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Abstain.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Betty Ann
Yes.
McDonnell.
Yes.
Walter Minot.
Yes.
Valerie Pace. Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Wendy Schneider,
Yes.
Mert Servatius,
Yes.
Dana Shaw, Lisa Smith,
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you hear me? I'm abstaining.
abstain. Natasha Smith,
Yes.
Greg Stanwood,
Yes.
Joyce Undin,
Yes.
Marlene Swears,
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
Yes.
So the tally is 38 votes in favor, none opposed, and 2 abstentions. Resolution passes.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. We're moving right along to resolution 5. Once again, I'll pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
Resolution 5. MYBC representation at regional governance councils. This will affect the constitution and was submitted by the MYBC provincial chair to the clerk on October 23rd, 2023, and will require 75% of votes in the affirmative to adopt. Whereas it is critical that youth voices are always at the table during discussions. In the event a community president is unable to attend a regional governance council, RGC, another member of their board may assume their duties so long as they are a Métis citizen, and a regional youth representative may not be available to attend all RGCs. Be it resolved that the following be added at the end of Article 60.8 of the Constitution. If a regional youth representative is unable to attend an RGC meeting, that representative may designate a community youth representative to participate with voting privileges, provided they are a Métis citizen.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Do I have a mover for this resolution?
Yeah, I'll move this.
Thank you, Mr. Davern. A seconder? Thank you, Director Hooper. Go ahead, Sean, if you'd like to address the assembly.
Yeah, hi there, everybody. Sean Dower, Provincial Youth Chair. My pronouns are they, them. Yeah, this is just ensuring that we have that youth voice at our GCs. It's literally written the exact same as it is for presidents, with the same wording. So it's just giving that ability to make sure that if a regional youth representative to attend an RGC, that we can still have that youth voice there. Thank you.
Director Hooper, would you like to address the assembly?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this, and I am, my voice comes from Jaden Rogers, who is our regional youth rep, and he is in full support of this. So I'm supporting Jaden in this resolution. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Minot.
Yeah, I just wondered, I'm just a little bit worried about the wording in there when it says to provided they are Métis citizen. Is that self-identified Métis citizen? Is that a MNBC registered citizen? Can we just change that wording a little bit to be maybe to reflect that it has to be a registered MNBC citizen?
If I may respond to that really quick, that's taken out of our constitution. It's earlier defined in the constitution what a Métis citizen is. I hope that helps to alleviate that concern.
Thank you, Vice President Schneider. Could you go ahead, please?
I have to say no to this because it's an age thing. Because the regional youth are 15 to 30, so we're going to have to change the age on that. And I think we discussed it yesterday. You can't vote until you're 18. So we've had youth that are 15 and 15 to 18. Thank you.
Director Gervais, go ahead, please.
Yes, I think the resolution is made out okay, except for C here. I'm a little on the available to attend RGCs. What is the minimum that maybe they won't show up for any?
If I can respond to that, Chair.
Go ahead, please, Sean.
Yeah, no, so obviously it's expected that they would attend as many as they can, just as the presidents are expected to attend as many as they can. It's just, it gives the provision that if they're not able to attend, that they can still designate someone. It's not, I mean, we assume that we're all working in good faith, and that's how we sort of have to read the Constitution, and that's how we do read the Constitution. So assuming that we're working in good faith, we're trying to have our regional youth meet every single RGC. But there, I mean, we've even had at the MNGA, we've had to have presidents step away and have vice presidents take their positions. So it's just allowing for that same ability with the youth at an RGC level, because if that were to happen at the RGC, then there would be no youth voice there.
Thank you. President Wells, please go ahead.
I think it's a stale hands.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeJager, please.
Yeah, I just want to clarify in the Youth Act itself, in Article 5.7, it says the My BC committee shall elect from its among its members a co-chair, a secretary, and a treasurer who shall collectively be known as the executive. And as I'm reading the motion, the resolution before us, it just says pick anybody. So I don't know why wouldn't it just be the co-chair or one of the executive that goes?
Okay, Chair recognizes Mr. Beaker. Go ahead, please.
So, sorry, Chair, may I respond to Minister DeJager's point, if that's okay?
Sure, we'll go, please go ahead, and then we'll go to Mr. Beaker. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's just and that's something that we'll be amending later as in the Youth Act update. But it's on the RGC level. For example, if we had say Jaden from Region 6 was unable to attend an event, I wouldn't ask that Danielle from Region 2 as the co-chair or vice chair go up to Region 6 to attend that RGC. It's just within that region as well.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. I just wanted to give some clarification on ages, etc., in the context of this resolution. The resolution that was considered yesterday was specifically for the MNBC board. To be a member of the board, you would be registered as a director under the BC Societies Act. The RGC is a creation by MNBC. There's no registered directors of the Regional Governance Council. Therefore, the Constitution determines who can be a member of an RGC. So a regional youth representative can be between the ages of 15 to 30 already and be elected. So just to clarify all of that.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. We'll now go to President Byrd, please.
Thank you, Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I'm speaking strongly in support of this. As somebody who first got involved in Métis politics as a community youth representative, I think that this allows for mentorship, for shared leadership, and for there to be the ability for a regional youth representative to know they have the support of all those community youth representatives in their region, so they don't have to choose between perhaps an exam and attending an RGC or any other sort of commitment that might come up in their life. I think shared leadership is important, and I think mentorship is important, and I think this really opens the door to ensure that can take place. Thank you.
Thank you, President Byrd. We're going to go to President Keith, and then Ms. Schneider, you will follow President Minot.
Thank you.
Okay, so President Minot, you'll go after President Keith. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to speak in support of this. So it's a way for us to involve community youth reps and give them a flavor of what being at the higher level is like. In addition, yes, it's voting, but it's not voting for a position of office. It's voting on a matter. And, you know, as a community president, if I can't make it, my VP can attend, but youth reps, regional youth reps don't have anybody else to step in for them. So it's nice to give them that. I am, however, concerned because there are, at least in my region, one youth rep who does not have citizenship. And I'm wondering who does the checks and balances on this, because I think we all assume that you need citizenship to get on a local community board. But the fact of the matter is that this youth does not have citizenship, and I am unsure if they will pass or qualify. And I just wouldn't want to put them in an awkward position. So I'm just wondering who double checks that.
My assumption there would be the regional youth rep at that point. You would know your community youth reps fairly well, just like you just said that you, as the regional youth rep, know that one of your community youth reps doesn't have citizenship. So presumably you wouldn't ask that youth to step in and take that position.
Thank you. We're just going to go to Mr. Beaker, and then we will go to Mr. Minot, Mr. Gervais, and then Ms. Schneider. Thank you.
To build a bit on Director Davern's comments, a lot of charter communities, but not all charter communities, require MNBC citizenship to sit on a board. So the decision as to whether or not a youth representative at a community level needs to hold an MNBC card is up to the community itself. I think that to action this, I think that Director Davern has the proper approach to that. If you know that the person is not an MNBC citizen, you wouldn't approach them to be an alternate delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Go ahead, Vice President Minot.
Yeah, I'm speaking in favor of this resolution. I think, we've had a hard time in the past, including our youth, and initiating them in our governance structure. And I think this will give them the opportunity. It opens the door for more youth to be involved moving forward. And I think they are the future of our nation. So I think anything we can do to encourage our youth to be involved in our governance structure and to learn and sit at the tables that we sit at is going to benefit our nation moving forward. So I'm in full support of this resolution.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Gervais.
Yes, I was going to talk about the same thing, but to further that, I would like the community reps to be in a close proximity to the provincial rep on issues regarding governments, to be able to vote at the meetings. That's all I'm saying. I want the community reps to be well enough to be able to make a sound decision. That's all.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Patrick Harriet, and then we will go to you, Ms. Schneider, and then to President Keith. Thank you.
Drop off detected. Move to a new area, then press clean. Error.
That was weird. Yeah, no, I am in support of making sure that there's a youth voice at the Regional Governance Council. I think it's very important. One thing that I wanted to bring up that was mentioned previously about what kind of votes happen. I would like to point out that it is the Regional Governance Council that selects the senator, for instance. So there are votes that result in elected positions and representation. So I just wanted to make that clear. That being said, something else I want to raise was democratic representation. I was wondering if there was an appetite for the regional, the community youth reps in the region to get together and to consent, like to elect a regional proxy, because that would be in following of the democratic process, and it would. I just think that it might be more clear as opposed to someone that may be close to the regional youth rep sort of being the one that's always brought along. It's a more democratic process. So I thought I would mention.
Thank you, Patrick. Minister Davern, would you like to address that before we move on?
Yeah, I definitely think that if there's that appetite within the regions for that, I would be all for including that into the Youth Act. And then we could further amend this moving forward to then hold, or to then say the regional proxy would hold that position. We just don't have that in place yet. And I'm hoping and assuming that there will be more RGCs between now and the next AGM where this will be ratified. So I would like to have just that in place there, and then I would even be happy to bring that forward as a resolution for next year to make sure that it's the proxy and amend this. I think that there's a lot of value in that, and making sure that it is that democratically elected process.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Schneider.
As I was saying before, it's an age thing. You can't vote until you're 18. So how can they vote at an RGC? I mean, I had a great child who was the regional youth rep for Region 4, and he did it for many years. We always let him vote because he's like his mother and he has a voice. But legally, he couldn't do it, as we were told by President DeMont or something way back when, because he was under 18. Thank you.
Go ahead, President Keith.
I will go after President Smith and VP Minot.
Go ahead, President Smith.
Sure, I do support this, and I'm not sure about the idea of a proxy that would have to, you know, if the regional youth rep could not attend, I would think that they would contact the youth rep in the community where the RGC is being located, if it is an in-person one. I could see a proxy for virtual RGCs, but also our youth between 15 and 30, who are all the regional youth reps, do vote in my BC, and they would have a vote at the Regional Governance Council, because those are different than an election, an MNBC election, an MNGA, or an AGM. So our youth reps, the regional youth reps right now, do have a vote at certain places. So I'm in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Go ahead, Vice President Minot, please.
Yeah, just a little point of clarification as well. Our youth 15 to 18 can vote, and it is in our constitution and our bylaws that we allow them to vote. The only thing is that they can't do is sign contracts. You know, legally sign a contract when you are 15, under 18 years of age. But you do have a right to vote, and it is states that in our constitution that you have a right to vote. That's why we set that age from 15 to 30 as youths. So that's the only issue, is they can't sign contracts. They would not be valid.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Keith, please.
Yes, I will again speak in support of this, but I am against this burden of double checking citizenship done for or put upon regional youth reps. If I'm in an accident, there's no other youth rep in my region that has access to that citizenship list. So there's a problem with that, number one. And number two, that's another job that's put on me. And I think that should go to someone who's getting paid within MNBC, whether it's the registry or the director. I don't think that burden should fall on us to double check it. In addition to that, I am speaking against proxies. It's very difficult to get our youth together. It's about as easy as nailing Jello to the wall. I commend the youth that do show up and do want to be involved, but it's very hard to get all of the youth together for meetings and decide who's going to be in my place and discuss topics. It's a matter that unfortunately doesn't really have many legs to it. So I will speak against proxy at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schneider, go ahead, please.
I'm just going to change my mind here because it's all valid points. And when Dallas was regional youth rep, it was 15 years ago, give or take. So things move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Any further discussion? Okay, I will pass it over to Mr. Beaker.
Okay, so we require 31 votes in the affirmative to pass this resolution, and I think everyone understands what an abstention would mean at this point. So I'm going to start at the top. Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Melanie Allard.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
Yes.
Miranda Berard.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
With the support of my youth council, yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Topher Burke.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman,
Yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Dean Gladue,
Yes.
Tony Goulet,
Yes.
June Graham,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith,
Yes.
Anthony Carrillo,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
Yes.
Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Yes.
Walter Minot,
Yes.
Kelly Sears,
Yes.
Wendy Schneider, Mert Servatius,
Yes.
Dana Shaw, Lisa Smith,
Yes.
Natasha Smith,
Yes.
Greg Stanwood,
Yes.
Joy Sundin,
Yes.
Marlene Swears,
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
I asked myself, will this be good for our youth now and in the future? Yes.
Is there anyone who I missed or who did not answer?
Wendy
Me,
Schneider.
Alana Copeland.
Oh, sorry, Alana, how do you vote?
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay, that passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, and recognize Chairperson Davrin.
Yes, thank you. I'm just curious, based on time and if it's the will of the unanimous will of the assembly. The next two resolutions are pretty near the same thing, except one is for the MWBC and one is for MYBC. And I'm curious if there's an appetite to merge those into one, just out of curiosity and in saving time, because they're both they're the same effect, just for the two different councils.
Thank you for that. I think it's given that they're submitted separately, we'll deal with them separately. That being said, I think a lot of the consideration and discussion would probably be applicable both. And it actually brings me to what I was going to raise. Obviously, we are appreciative of the time left and the work that we have remaining. What I'm going to suggest is obviously it will be open for discussion. This is only a suggestion, but if points have been made by previous speakers that, and essentially is just echoing, you may wish to decide whether or not you wanted to add that as well. Certainly your support one way or disapproval will be recorded obviously in your vote in the roll call as well. So there is a record of that. I just want to raise that so that we don't have an unending row of hands, everyone perhaps raising the same point. But again, that's just a suggestion. I'll leave it to you, and I'll turn to our clerk to read out resolution number 6.
Resolution number 6, MWBC representation at the MNGA. This will affect the Constitution and MNGA Act, submitted by the Kelowna Métis Association to the clerk on October 23rd, 2023, and will require a 75% vote to approve. Whereas the Métis Women British Columbia MWBC Provincial Chair, along with Charter Community Presidents and others, are equal members of the Métis Nation Governing Assembly, MNGA. In the event a community president is unable to attend the MNGA, the vice president may attend as an alternate community representative, and the MWBC provincial chair currently has no alternate to attend the MNGA. Be it resolved that the following be added as an additional sub-article to Article 29 of the Constitution. If the provincial chair of the Métis Women of British Columbia is unable to attend the governing assembly, the MWBC vice chair may attend in their place. B, the following be added to the MNGA Act before Article 3.4. If the provincial chair of the Métis Women of British Columbia is unable to attend a governing assembly, the MWBC vice chair may attend in their place, and all subsequent articles be renumbered accordingly.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. I will look perhaps to President Dodman as the president of Kelowna Métis Association. Do you wish to move this?
I sure do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm looking for a seconder. I recognize President Wells.
I'll second this.
Thank you very much. I will open it for discussion. President Dodman, do you wish to speak to this?
I think it's pretty clear what this states. Just like to make note and bring to everybody's attention that our women's chair is not in attendance for this MNGA. So really the women's voice is not in place, except for the fact that I'm here as a president today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Wells, did you wish to speak to this?
Yeah, actually, I'm completely in favor, and as Cheryl has said, as happened a few times in a few MNGAs that I've been to and AGMs that I've been to, this has been sort of a reoccurring thing where the women's chair seems to be missing, or that voice seems to be missing. And if we want to be amplifying the voices in our nation, we need to make sure that these chairs and people are available to sit in them. One question I would have, I guess, and one question is it pre-approved to sit in that chair, or could you both attend an MNGA and say, I'm just going to use President Kate or Director Kate as an example. If Director Kate was unable to attend due to mothering duties and or any other duties, would there be a mechanism in place that somebody could step in for that particular quorum count? Like, is that where we're at, or is this specifically one person comes and that's it?
Thank you. And just to clarify, President Wells, are you meaning as it currently stands, or as if this were to pass?
If this was to pass, because currently
my understanding it would be
can take that chair.
That's correct. And just as, for example, a community president, as we had yesterday as an example, and as we see today, where using Kamloops as or Two Rivers as an example, President DeBoard had to step out, and we had the Vice President Allard step in for both any votes as well as quorum counts. So that's what would allow, if this were to pass, the Vice Chair of the NWBC would be permitted to step in at any point during the MNGA where the chairperson would need to step away.
Can I get one more point of clarification? Would that be, because I know that we're changing a few things within, even in our RGCs within community. So I just want to clarify, I kind of figured that's where we were going with this and where it was headed, but I just want to clarify now with being able to put in our RGCs, if our vice president can't go, we're being able to put somebody else in. Is this an executive people's decision, like an executive board decision, like people going, or is this anybody from your board? If, say, the vice president were from the women's, there was no executive, the executives couldn't attend, would any of the women's rep be able to attend, or youth reps, or any other reps?
Using the wording here that's being proposed, it would only be the vice chair of the NWBC who would be permitted to take that position, just as, for example, a president sitting at the MNGA, a community president, only the vice president would be permitted by our legislation to represent or take that voice for the community at the MNGA. Not just any community board member or other alternate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Harriet.
Yeah, just looking at the previous resolution and what I've seen, at least in the Regional Governance Council provisions, and I'm not sure if it's the same with the MNGA with alternate delegates from communities. I'm not sure what the language is there, but I wanted to raise that it expressly said in the last legislation with voting privileges. So I thought I would raise that because is it just a voice at the table, or is it a vote at the table? I think it'd be really good to clarify that at this point.
Yeah, I'll turn to our clerk, Mr. B.
So, and I had my hand for another issue as well, so I'll just address both of them at this time. To Director Harriet's point, there is nothing in the MNGA Act that says that anyone would be a delegate of the MNGA without voting privileges. So in the MNGA Act, and when we speak about the MNGA in the Constitution, the alternate delegate is attending with full voting rights. Number one, and because that is not specified in the MNGA Act or the Constitution when we talk about presidents or vice presidents, I don't feel like it's a place where we have to start specifying voting rights. If you are eligible to be a delegate of the MNGA and you are sitting in a duly appointed seat for the MNGA, in this case, you sit with voting rights.
Not to mince words, but I'm mincing words. Here it says attend as opposed to be a delegate in their place. So I'm just, the language is very specific, and I just want to be very clear because I think it'll prevent confusion or misunderstandings in the future if perhaps in 10 years we're not sitting around this table and understanding the conversation that we just had.
Yeah, thank you. And the deputy clerk pointed out that this language mirrors the clause that allows, I think, the vice presidents to attend in the MNGA Act and the Constitution. So I'm happy with I'm happy with the clarity with it is there, but of course, this is subject to amendment. The second point that I think that's being raised is how we deal with alternate delegates at the MNGA, which I think is important to clarify for that because the clerk is the one who records a roll call. And also in the case of a virtual session, what do we do when we say have the president and the vice president register for an MNGA? How do we determine? If a vice president registers for an MNGA, the clerks usually reach out to the president of the community saying, are you not going to be in attendance? And we confirm that this is a case of an alternate delegate. If the president and the vice president register for an MNGA or show up for the MNGA, the president, if present, gets preference to take the seat there. This would be extended to both the MYBC, should the other resolution pass, and would be extended in this case. We would be looking for the current provincial chair before we go to the vice chair. The other thing is we also mentioned about if somebody is present after a quorum call and then has to leave the MNGA for whatever reason, and an alternate delegate needs to take their place. In that case, we would need the current delegate who has registered for the quorum call to notify the clerks that they are going to be absent from the MNGA, and therefore an alternate can take their place. We're not going to have a case where somebody excuses himself to go to the washroom and we come up with an alternate delegate. The delegate who has been recognized in a quorum call would have to state, I am leaving and the seat is free for my alternate, as we've done today. I think we saw that at the end of yesterday with President of the Board of Two Rivers. He mentioned he was not going to be in attendance today. Therefore, we knew that we were looking for Miss Allard. So thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Beaker. I have President Smith next.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I think that's the same wording that's in the whereas B. It says the vice president may attend. I fully support this, and I agree with Dr. Elliott not being able to be here today. It would have been good to have their vice chair. However, we know that the vice chair of the Métis Women of BC is our co-chair as well, so that gets really confusing. But the only concern I would have, and I'm not sure what's in the bylaws for the Métis Women of BC or in their policy, is that the vice chair should be an elected regional women's rep and not an interim to be able to sit at the table. However, I'm not sure that the requirement is there for the VP of a community to be elected, or if they've been put in the interim position. But that's just a thought I had, but I do fully support this, so thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe, and I stand to be corrected, but I believe we've had previous MNGAs where interim presidents have sat, given that they are holding the role as president in a community. So they have sat as MNGA members. But thank you for your words. I have President Allard next.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Chair. I support this. I echo President Smith's slight concerns in the regards to having this limited to the vice chair. At least that's the way I see it. I do think it would be nice if there was a bit more flexibility. I'm curious who is well, I just found out actually the vice chair is our chair of our MNGA, the vice chair of MWBC. So in this case, no, it isn't. So I'm just curious who the vice chair of the MWBC is, as well as the times in the past where vice chairs have been community presidents or vice presidents as well. That can constitute a little bit of trickiness. Let's say theoretically, President Dodman was the vice chair and the president. There would still be one missing vote, one missing voice at the MNGA. So I support this. I think it would be nice if it could be more than just the vice chair to preempt these potentialities there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it was mentioned earlier that the vice chair of the MWBC is one of the co-chairs here. That's not me, just so it's clear. I'm not the vice chair of MWBC. But we'll go next to Director Gervais.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of clarification there, maybe to Sean. In A, when all options like when the vice chair can't be there, and then the youth regional rep, would that because of the community reps, would that be allowed? That's all I'm saying.
So I think that would be in regards to a different resolution. We're dealing with the Métis women of BC. And I do appreciate, if I'm interpreting it correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and I think this came across in President Allard's comments about the range or as opposed to just one individual stepping in for the chairperson here. The proposal here is to have just the one person, the MWBC vice chair, similar to what we have for presidents. If there is an appetite for varying it, obviously we could do with that. Not the president's role at this stage, but as it's not before us. But that is what's being proposed here, and really would mirror the position for presidents and vice president or president of communities. I've got Director Hooper.
So yeah, good morning. Just for a bit of clarification, back in 2009, I sat at the table as vice chair of the Women's Council. That was the year that the then elected women's chair, Rose Bordelin, was suspended. So I did sit for a year and a half at the table. I had a voice, but at that time I did not have a vote. So I fully support this resolution. And I'm glad, John, if you kind of clarified it, that if it says that you're sitting at the MNGA, that you do have a vote. So I'm glad that has now been clarified, as things have changed for the better. So thank you, and I'm in full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll recognize Mr. Beaker, and then I do have Vice President Schneider and President Graham before returning back to you, President Dodman. So, Mr.
So a couple of points of clarification based on some of the questions and comments that have been given. I'd like to first refer the MNGA to Article 5.7 of the Women's Act, which mentions that the MWBC Provincial Governance Council shall elect from among its members a vice chair and a secretary. So the vice chair of the Provincial Governance Council is limited to a duly elected or appointed MWBC regional representative. And second, to also direct the MNGA to the relatively new article 3.1.1 of the MNGA Act, if you recall from our last AGM, where we clarified that should somebody be eligible to hold multiple positions at the MNGA, they are limited to only take one of the seats. And they have to inform the clerk of which seat they're going to take. So in the case of, and I don't like to keep using Ms. Dodman as an example, but she is the pertinent example here. Ms. Dodman would have to, were she the vice chair of MWBC and also president of the Kelowna Métis Association, she would have to let the clerk know which seat she is taking so that we can look for the alternate accordingly.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I next have Vice President Schneider.
Hi, good morning. A few years ago, when our chair was unduly suspended, we tried to get our co-chair in, should sit at the MNGA table, and it was shut down. So I am fully in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clackwood Métis. I speak in favor of this. I think it's just a no-brainer for us to do this. We're sitting as a woman. I do not see my voice being heard at this table from our provincial chair, and that's not acceptable. We need to have something in place that there will be someone that will speak for us. And I might note last MNGA, if it was the last one or whichever it was, there was a resolution made by the provincial woman's chair, and then they did not stay to carry it through and vote on it. So as a woman, that's not okay. We need to have something in place where an alternate can be put in immediately to protect our voice and let it be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. President Massey.
Yeah, Tyler Massey, North Island Métis. Everybody seems to be in agreement with this, so let's call a question.
Thank you very much. I will allow President Dodman to, she did have her hand and I went past her just because it was her second time. Go ahead, President.
Thank you. And just want to state again, like everybody's pretty much saying, it does align with our Women's Act that the vice chair step up in this case. So that's the key. We're going to follow our delegated acts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, then I will turn it to our clerk for the roll of the vote on resolution number 6.
Thank you. We require 31 votes in favor to pass this resolution. And we will start in reverse order. Pixie Wells.
Absolutely 100% in favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
In favor.
Greg Stanwood.
In favor.
Natasha Smith.
In favor.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Dana Shaw. Nope. Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Wendy Schneider.
You're on mute, Wendy.
Absolutely, yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Walter Minot.
100% yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Definitely yes.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Anthony Creelo.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Absolutely yes.
Dean Gladue.
100.5% yes.
Still only counts as one. Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
I can't top all the yeses, but yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman,
Definitely, yes.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes, please.
Louis DeJager,
Yes.
Sean Davern,
101.6%. Take that, Dane. Yes.
still only one. Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Alana Copeland,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Topher Burke,
Absolutely yes.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Caitlin Bird,
Yes.
Miranda Berard,
Yes.
Rob Anderson,
Yay.
Melanie Allard,
Yes.
David Allard,
Yes, and yes.
Tom Adams.
Yes.
Did I miss anyone? Resolution passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone. And we're going to go right into resolution number 7. If I can turn it back to Mr. Beaker when you are ready, if you could read resolution 7. This will seem very familiar, given it's quite similar to what we just dealt with. Mr. Beaker.
Subject MYBC representation at the MNGA. This will affect the Constitution and MNGA Act and was submitted by the provincial chair of MYBC to the clerk on October 23rd, 2023, and will require a 75% vote to adopt. Whereas it is critical that youth voices are always at the table during discussions. In the event a community president is unable to attend the MNGA, the vice president may attend as an alternate community representative. MYBC elects a vice chair from among the elected regional representatives who can assume the duties of the chair if the chair is unavailable. Be it resolved that the following be added as a sub-article of Article 29 to the Constitution. If the provincial chair of the Métis Youth of British Columbia is unable to attend the governing assembly, the MYBC vice chair may attend in their place, or the provincial chair may appoint another youth representative to attend in their place. The following be added to the MNGA Act before Article 3.4. If the provincial chair of the Métis Youth of British Columbia is unable to attend a governing assembly, the MYBC vice chair may attend in their place, or the provincial chair may appoint another youth regional representative to attend in their place, and all subsequent articles be renumbered accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Do I have a mover? Chairperson Davern?
Yeah, I'll move this.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
I second this.
I'll go with by the hand just and recognize. I think I saw Topher Burke. Is that your seconding? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. So it is open for discussion, and I will invite Chairperson Davern.
Yeah, I think ditto to the last is really sort of what I have to say. You know, it's the same representation that we're building on. It's the same rights that the presidents have. It's the same rights that now the women have. And it's the same that we have in our RGC. So it's just keeping it sort of synonymous with everything. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll invite, is it President Burke or Vice President Burke? My apologies. President Burke. Thank you. Go ahead if you wish to speak to it.
Everyone should have proper representation, and if the person that can't be there and there is an alternate, then it just makes sense. So I'm in favor.
Thank you very much. I have President Wells.
I just want to speak in favor of this, as we've just spoken many times, is making sure our voices are at the table and seen and heard. And this gives opportunity for many youth across the province and our women across the province to be able to be involved, and also gives like Sean Daver and our directors the opportunity to be in a few different places at the same time by utilizing their counsel. So I think this is an important move for our nation, and I think it's absolutely necessary. So I'd love to call question, but I know we have to because we know what this is going to be. So hey.
Thank you very much. I will allow a bit further discussion at this point. I did have a hand up from Director Gervais. Did you still wish to speak to this or not, or did you lower your hand?
Yes, I would. Just probably a housekeeping word here in B as it being resolved. At the end, it says may appoint another youth regional representative. Could it be just appoint a youth regional representative?
I think the wording there is representative of the fact that the presumption, I guess, or the first choice, I guess, would be the vice chair, which would be a youth representative. And then if that person's not available, then it would be another youth representative, regional youth representative. So I think it's just saying that it's if it's not that first one, the vice chair, then it would be another one.
Yeah. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director.
Did I get muted?
You're good now. We can hear you.
Okay. I think you said I'm calling question.
All right. Once we get rid of the hands and anyone else wishing to speak, given that we've only had a couple minutes, we will move to a vote. But I've got President Bremner next.
Yes, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to support this as they've opened it wide open in terms of if the provincial chair is unable to attend, then the vice chair also unable to attend, then any youth regional representative may attend in their place. So I think that's opening it up to us never being quite sure who would be attending, depending on how and where they ended up, who they put in place to attend. So could not support this.
Thank you. I next have Vice President Schneider.
Hi. I can't support this either because it's an age thing at the MNGA. It states you have to be 18 to older. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll get some clarification from Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. To clarify about age requirements in existing legislation, there is an age requirement to be on the board of MNBC. There's an age requirement to vote at an AGM based on the MPCBC bylaws. Those both require people to be 18. Aside from that, there is no age restriction in legislation for the MNGA or the RGC. Now, that might not have been the practice previously, of course. I can't speak to that, but those are the only two age restrictions that we have in legislation. So so voting at an AGM and also to serve on the board constitutionally. If another one exists that I'm not aware of, I'm happy to be wrong on that, but those are the only two that I know of.
Just a point of clarification, if I may, John.
Go ahead, Vice President Minot.
Yeah, just on that statement there, John, when you're saying to serve on the provincial board, this seat here would then put that youth on the provincial board as an interim during that procedure, because they are taking over the provincial board seat. So how does that affect?
Mr. Beaker?
I'm going to have to say I don't think that that's a correct reading of this. We're talking about a delegation at the MNGA in the case of this resolution. This doesn't speak to any sort of alternate voting at, say, the MNBC board level. It's just the MNGA for the seat for the youth for the chair of the MYBC Provincial Council.
Thank you. President Smith.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I've just been going back and forth I referred back to the MWBC resolution, and there was nothing about appointing another MWBC rep in the place if the vice chair cannot attend. I think if this was changed, I would support it if that was taken out. Mainly because the communities, the president can attend or the vice president. If neither of those can attend, then it's not open to others to attend from the community board. I think this should follow the same as the MWBC for consistency. Otherwise, it gets very confusing. So as it's written, by appointing another youth rep, if the vice chair cannot attend, I cannot support this as written. And I think this has relevance because, as we know from a previous resolution, the LGBTQIS plus committee may be also putting this in as well if they're successful at the AGM, or they may want to actually put that forward if it's not already in there at a subsequent MNGA before the AGM. But as it's written, I cannot support it with the another youth regional representative to attend. So thank you. And if the chair would be open to an amendment, I would be happy to support this.
So are you, I get some feedback there. President Smith, then are you proposing an amendment?
Yes, I believe
if
I
so,
am.
I presume it's, are you proposing to remove the wording? I think we've got it highlighted as of 4 and then all the way to
Correct.
the end of that sentence.
Yep, take that out. And it's in
That would be
A
in both
as well.
ladders. Yes. All right, so this is, and sorry, I've got, if I just a moment. So if I can, do we have a seconder for that? And I'll look first to Vice President Monroe.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to do, is just propose that amendment as well. You know, the way they have it, it just opens up the door. And I have to differ from what our clerk has stated, because what this is replacing a provincial seat. This is replacing a seat on the provincial board, regardless if it's just in regards of the MNGA. It's still a provincial board seat that you're replacing. So I do believe it should be, the chair should be 18 years of age and older. So just to cover our own legalities around what might reside out of this. So I'm just hoping that we could maybe add that in there if the Sean wouldn't mind that change. Is I think that has to be stated in there that they have to be of 18 years of or older to take that seat, just because of legalities. I'm not even sure, because I think we need to ask a lawyer in regards to this, whether that would put us in jeopardy by allowing a youth on the provincial board under 18 years old to vote in decisions that become binding in our constitution and bylaws on that provincial board, just because we have the regulation in there that you have to be 18 years of older to sit on the provincial board. So this is a provincial board seat that you're allowing this youth to take, because I know it's the RGC, I know it's a MNGA, but you're still sitting on that provincial seat, Sean's seat. If Sean couldn't make it, he's the provincial rep. So you're going to put a youth into his seat. So that's just my concern. I'm just wondering the legalities around it.
Thank you. And I'll turn to Mr. Beaker to respond.
So it turns out that I did make an error in what I stated, because actually Article 34 of the Constitution states what would disqualify somebody from being a member of the MNGA, and 34.6 actually says that if you are under 18, you can't sit at the MNGA. So my apologies for that. Clearly, I missed a very clear article there. So it looks like to qualify to be a member of the MNGA, you have to be 18 years of age or older, as per the Constitution already.
Thank you very much. And so we're now at this point, we do have a mover and seconder, so we're speaking to the amendment. So that would be to delete the wording that's been crossed off there. My next speaker on the list I have is Director Gervais.
Yes, I agree with the two answers from me, Walter Minot, but John Beaker, our clerk, addressed that, so that's really what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairperson Dow.
Yeah, in light of what John Beaker has said, I will do the ever amazing thing and propose to amend the amendment. Unless I can, oh no, it's already been seconded. That I will propose to amend the amendment to include wording that states so long as they are above the age of 18. And I would be looking for a seconder for that.
As the mover, can I accept his amendment to my amendment?
What we'll do is we'll go by way of unanimous consent.
Okay, thank you.
If you'll just get the wording up here.
And I would second that, Sean.
Thank you. All right, so we have a proposed amendment to this amendment.
Make a comment? It says that as they are at least 18 years of age or older. Should it say older? And not just 18?
As at least would mean you've hit that. It's the same as when we're saying, but between 18 and 30, where it's you hit day one of 18, you're at least 18.
Yeah.
And there's no maximum. So thank you. So I'm going to look for unanimous consent. I'm going to look for unanimous consent. Sorry.
There actually is the maximum is 30.
But they would no longer be entitled to be a vice chair. So that wouldn't be an issue that would apply in this case. They wouldn't be a youth and therefore wouldn't be eligible. So they have to be, the vice chair has to be at least 18 years of age. So there's no possibility that the vice chair is going to be beyond what's allowed, but there is a possibility that they'll be below what's allowed. So there may be a 16-year-old, for example, which is what's being considered and addressed here. Is there, before I recognize President Graham, I'm going to see if there's unanimous consent, or President Graham, are you objecting to the unanimous consent to adopt the red wording into the proposed amendment?
You decide. I think yesterday we said, I thought I heard yesterday that you can be beyond 30 and still be sitting in that chair. If you get elected in at say 29, you'll be 33 when you finish your term. So it's not really
exactly,
is it?
No, if you're eligible to be considered a youth and sit on as the vice chair, then you would be entitled to that position or to sit in, but only if you're at least 18. So as long as you're eligible as a youth and in that position for age-wise to the maximum, then there's no issue. So there's no need to put a max age in because that's already dealt with and who's eligible. The only concern is, for example, a 15, 16, or 17-year-old would also be eligible as a youth and as a regional youth to fill the position as vice chair. And the concern is that person, if they were to come in and substitute in for the chairperson, would not be 18, and that runs afoul of the other provision that Mr. Beaker raised. So it's to deal with that under 18 aspect of it. The above it, there's no difference and no change, so it doesn't need to be specified. So President Minot or Vice President Minot, are you objecting to the proposed amendment here? Okay, so if I can have all hands down just so I can get this done, because every time I see a hand up, I'm not sure if it's objection or not. Wendy, Vice President Schneider, are you objecting?
No, I just
if I could have it. Yeah, if I can have everyone's hand down, please. As I'm saying, I can't tell if someone's trying to object if I see a hand up, but it's for a different reason. At this time, is there any objection to adding the red wording in to the proposed amendment? If there's any objection, please use the raise hand function. Thank you. I'm not seeing any objection, so this will now be as part of the amendment that's being proposed. Originally proposed by President Smith and Vice President Minot. So the wording that we would have here that we've just added with the red, as well as the redaction or removal of that other part. So we are back to the discussion of the amendment. I did have next on my list, I believe, President Smith. If you wish to speak to the amendment.
So sorry. I was had something else open, had to close it. I don't wish to speak to the amendment, but I support this, as I've already stated that we need to be in line with the MWBC criteria and also potentially the LGBTQIS plus criteria as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Was there anyone else, Vice President Minot, wishing to speak to the amendment a second time? Is that correct?
Yeah,
If so,
I just support this this resolution as written now. But I just wanted to state a little bit of clarification after the vote on this or after the discussion on this.
All right, thank you. Is there any other discussion on the amendment, whether or not to amend the proposed resolution? Sure,
Yeah.
I'll try that first. All right, thank you very much. So we are now going to consider the amendment to Resolution 6. This is something that can go by way of unanimous consent if we have that. Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? That would be the changing of the wording and the removal of other portions. Is there any objection? If so, please use the raise hand function. I am not seeing any objection, so the amendment passes. So we'll remove those portions, and we are back to the resolution number 7 as amended. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the resolution as amended? Is there any further discussion? Not seeing any hands arise, then I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker for the roll call on this, on the resolution 7 as amended.
All right, thank you. We are looking for 31 votes in favor to pass this resolution, and we will start at the top. Tom Adams.
Yes.
David Allard.
Yes.
Melanie Allard.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
Yes.
Miranda Berard.
Yes.
Caitlin Bird.
Yes.
Joy Bremner.
Yes.
Topher Burke.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Yes.
Alana Copeland.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman.
Yes. Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith,
Yes.
Anthony Creelo,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
Yes.
Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Betty Ann's in the waiting room.
Yeah. She got kicked out.
okay. Walter Minot,
Yes.
Kelly Sears, Wendy Schneider.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that was Kelly. Okay. Wendy Schneider,
Yes.
Mert Servatius,
Yes.
Lisa Smith,
Yes.
Natasha Smith, Greg Stanwood,
Yes.
Joyce Sundin,
Yes.
Marlene Swears,
Yes.
Pixie Wells.
Yes.
Okay, and I see Betty Ann McDonnell put in the chat that she votes yes. That is recorded. Did I miss anyone?
I didn't hear my name, Natasha Smith. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Natasha. Anyone else?
Mr. Clerk, a resolution for the amendment, a poll just came up, or I thought we had unanimous consent.
That was an error. We're already voting. I think it was when trying to determine
thank you.
or get Ms. President McDonnell in.
Okay, thank you.
So have we got all votes?
I think President Marlene Swears was trying to get your attention there. I don't know if we got her vote.
I recorded her vote.
No, I wasn't trying to get your attention. I'm trying to get rid of my dog.
Oh,
okay, so it sounds like we got all votes. So this passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. I'm noting the time. I've also taken a look at what's remaining, at least with regards to the two resolutions. We are 16 minutes over time. I'm going to invite consideration from the Assembly if we wish to at least do one more, maybe perhaps two. If we can go to perhaps I think they shouldn't be too controversial from my review. Of course, who knows what that'll be. I do see a couple hands up. And so perhaps I'll turn to quickly Director or Vice President Minot. 30 seconds.
yes, I just wanted to speak in regards to the last resolution that was put up there on the youth. There was a statement made that once you turn 30, like before you're 30, you can run for youth rep. But once you've been elected, after you've turned 31, you could still stay in that position until you're age 34. I do not believe that is correct. I believe once you've turned 31, you cannot sit on that seat because our Constitution states between the ages of 18 to 30 to be a provincial youth chair. So once you turn to the age of 31, you have to relinquish that seat, from what I understand in our Constitution and our bylaws.
All right, thank you. Vice President Schneider, you have your hand up.
I agreed with what Walter was saying, and thank you, John, for looking at that. I knew I saw it someplace.
Thank you very much. President Allard?
Yeah, can we have just a little bit of clarity on how the unfinished business will be rolled forward to the March MNGA, please, just out of curiosity for all of us?
We'll see where we end. If we get one resolution and we have two, let's wait to see when we stop and what's left over, and then we can direct how it's going to be directed. Any unfinished business moves to the next one.
Thank you.
There's no point in looking at now because we don't know what's going to be unfinished yet, depending on how far we decide to go. Director Gervais?
I just want to thank Walter for making that correction, and that put us straight. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Then we are to resolution. Sorry, I'm going to look for unanimous consent to continue. I did see some thumbs up, but I want to make sure that there is no objection, given that we are already over time. Director Gervais, if you could lower your hand, please. Thank you. And is there unanimous consent to proceed to resolution 8? If there's any objection, please raise your hand.
Great. Not seeing any objection, I will turn it over to our clerk to read Resolution 8.
Resolution 8, subject is MWBC Secretary Treasurer. This will affect the Women's Act submitted by Kelowna Métis Association to the clerk on October 23rd, 2023. Requires 75% vote for approval. Whereas the current MMBC Women's Act does not permit the appointment of a treasurer for the MWBC. On October 11th, 2023, the MWBC Provincial Governance Council approved the following resolution. Be it resolved that the MWBC will represent the secretary position with the position of secretary treasurer. Be it resolved that the word secretary be struck from Article 5.7 of the MMBC Women's Act and the word secretary treasurer inserted in its place, so that the article will read as follows. Article 5.7, the MWBC Provincial Governance Council shall elect from amongst its members a vice chair and a secretary treasurer. And before we look for mover and seconder, I did get a message that somebody is still seeing the Resolution 7 Amendment poll on their screen. If you can just X out that poll, please, it is not active. If it still shows on your screen, you might need to do something on your end to do that, but I think that we've killed the poll on our end.
It's dead now. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Do I have a mover and a seconder for resolution number 8?
I so move.
Thank you, President Dodman. Do I have a seconder?
Sean
I see
Davin.
Chairperson Davin. Thank you very much. So I will invite President Dodman to speak to resolution number 8.
This is pretty much housekeeping. It's definitely something that we need clarify, just to make our acts and our documentation correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director or Chairperson Davin, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, no, I mean, if it's MWBC regulating MWBC, I don't really have an issue with it. It's self-regulation, and I think that that's what we look for in MNBC.
Thank you very much. And I see President DeRoche.
Just for clarification, if we take out are we taking out the secretary and just putting in the secretary treasurer, or do we have the secretary and the secretary treasurer position? Because I know that some hold up both positions. So are we eliminating just the secretary position?
No, we're combined.
So what my reading of it, and I'll invite President Dodman, but my understanding is that the position itself, originally in the Women's Act, sets out a position for secretary, and there's been a decision to replace that standalone position with a secretary treasurer position. So it'd be a joint position, if I can put it that way. That's just the title of the position itself. I will defer though to President Dodman, if you wish to respond to that.
That's correct. We're putting both positions into one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So hopefully that assists. President Smith.
Yeah, sure. I support this, and MWBC knows what their needs are, and so I fully support this. I'd like to call question.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to it? Otherwise, we will proceed to the vote on this. I'm not seeing any further requests to speak to this, so I will turn it back to our clerk for the roll on this.
Okay, and we'll start in reverse alphabetical order. We still require 31 votes to adopt. Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joyce Sundin.
Favor. Yes.
Greg Stanwood.
In favor.
Natasha Smith. Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Wendy Schneider.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Walter Minot,
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell, okay, yes in the chat. Thank you. Tyler Massey,
Yes.
Richard Lewis,
Yes.
Anthony Creelo,
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith,
Yes.
Travis Jobin,
Yes.
Susie Hooper,
Yes.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
June Graham,
Yes.
Tony Goulet,
Yes.
Dean Gladue,
Yes.
Natasha
Rain-
Smith, that was missed. Sorry, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond,
Yes.
Deborah Fisher,
Yes.
Alicia Fernando,
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman,
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche,
Yes.
Louis DeJager,
Yes.
John Davern,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Alana Copeland,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
In favor.
Topher Burke,
Yes.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Caitlin Bird,
Yes.
Miranda Berard,
Yes.
Rob Anderson,
Yes.
Dave Allard. Oh, he left. Tom Adams,
Yes.
Melanie Allard,
Yes.
okay, and Natasha Smith.
Sorry about that. Yes. I'm a yes.
Thank you. Did I miss anyone? Okay, here no one else. That is adopted unanimously.
Thank you
Wow.
very much, Mr. Beaker, and everyone for getting through that fairly quickly. We're going to go to resolution number 9. We're going to try to see if we can get this done so we don't have any resolutions carrying over. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Beaker in just a moment when he's ready to read resolution number 9. And I will ask for movers and seconders when he's completed. If you wanted to raise your hand at any point just to get in the queue for that, that'd be helpful. And then we'll be able to move with any discussion once it's been read and moved in second. Mr. Beaker, when you're ready.
Resolution 9, updating the Youth Act. This will affect the Youth Act submitted by the MYBC Provincial Chair to the Clerk on October 23rd, 2023, and requires a 75% vote to approve. Whereas MYBC has gone through many changes since the previous election, and the Youth Act is outdated and no longer reflective of how MYBC operates. Be it resolved that the following changes to the Youth Act be made. Strike all instances of the Director of Youth and replace with Ministry of Youth Lead. In Article 5.2, strike MNGA Assembly and MNBC Assembly and replace with MNGA and AGM respectively. In Article 5.5, insert and on the MYBC committee, so it will read, the 7 region youth representatives each shall hold voting seats on their respective regional governance council and on the MYBC committee. Strike Article 5.7 and insert the following in its place. The MNBC committee shall elect from among its members a vice chair and may elect a secretary and treasurer who shall be referred to as the executive. In Article 5.8, insert the word video so that reads including telephone, video, or in-person meetings. And strike Article 5.11 and replace with the MYBC minutes shall be retained by the Minister of Youth until the end of their term, at which point they will be transferred to the Ministry of Youth Lead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. I'm looking for a mover, and I see Chairperson Daffrin. Are you so moving?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And I see President Massey. Are you seconding?
Correct. Second.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Resolution number 9 is before the MNGA, and I will recognize Chairperson Daffrin to speak to this.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair, pronouns they, them. As it says, this is mostly housekeeping. We haven't done this since the election. This is something that we've been talking about for a while, but unfortunately we lost sort of momentum with the 2-year youth terms. So it's coming to all of you now. I think the most significant change is that we are adding insert the word video to including video or telephone and video or in-person meetings for number E or letter E, sorry. The reasoning for that is we were going through it and as my VC and realized that we were technically not in line with the Youth Act because we hadn't been meeting with teleconferences. We've been meeting with video conferences. The other significant change that we are making, which I mean significant like in our Youth Act, is that we are changing the word shall to may. So we are saying that we shall elect, which means that we must elect a vice chair and that we may elect a treasurer or secretary. In doing that, we are making sure that we're in line with our Youth Act. There isn't always the appetite or the need for a treasurer, especially right now because we work so closely with the Ministry of Youth within MNBC. So that is why we are making those changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll invite President Massey or anyone else wishing to speak to this resolution. Recognize Director Diego.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could get an explanation on point F about the minutes. The Ministry of Youth is part of this assembly. Like, are you saying that nobody can have access to any of the minutes? Like nobody in this assembly until the end of the term? I'm just really vague on that. If you could explain.
Chair, may I respond to that, please?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that is to to try and make a clear delineation from my BC with the Ministry of Youth. Very often in the past, the two are conflated with each other and are assumed to be the same. The Ministry of Youth still has access to all of those minutes if requested. It's just that the minutes themselves are held within my BC until requested. So the reasoning for that is just that we currently are sharing a Google Drive at the time, and if it's need be, then we put those minutes into the Google Drive, and Ministry of Youth is happy to send those out, just as my VC is happy to send those out to anybody who requests them.
Thank you. And perhaps I'll turn to Mr. Beaker. I'm not sure if he's able to add something to that as well.
Yes, and I think that we actually have a typo in this resolution around be it resolved F where it says strike Article 5.11. Looking at the Youth Act, 5.11 doesn't actually speak to minutes. That is Article 5.10, which currently reads MYBC minutes shall be retained in the office of the Director of Youth. So I believe that is supposed to mean that we're striking Article 5.10 and replacing it with MYBC minutes will be retained by Minister of Youth until the end of the term. So apologies for that, but I think that's what we meant to do.
That is as intended. So I don't know if we need to do an amendment to that or not, but that is the intended effect.
Thank you very much. So what I'll do is, I see I do have Director Gervais and Director Minot next, but if you could just lower your hands for a brief moment, both of you. I'm going to look for unanimous consent to change that. I know that's the intent, and I think it was just an error. Are there any issues or any objection? Use the raise hand function. Not seeing any, we'll make that change to reflect the proper intention and the relevant section in the Youth Act, and then I will recognize Director Gervais.
Yeah, just one thing in E there, that the word video, could we change it to virtual video?
Sorry, are you proposing an amendment to change that word from video to virtual video?
Yeah, just an extra word, the housekeeping for,
Is there a seconder to change the word from video to virtual video?
We need to stay.
Not seeing a seconder. So I believe we don't have a seconder to make that proposed amendment. Thank you. The next individual I had was Vice President Minot.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned on F as well. I don't know the intent of F. I don't see where it, I think it takes away from the transparency of our government. If we hold those minutes in security, how does the rest of the nation supposed to access those when we have the accessibility with our website and our administration? They have full access to those minutes when they're needed or when they want to see them. I know the youth all have a right to see minutes as requested, just like the minutes we have for our board meetings as well. So I just don't know what the intent of F is, and just a little more clarification, please.
Perhaps it might be of assistance, and I know Director Beaker mentioned it. So if we can put Article 5.10 of the Youth Act up, essentially there's already a provision that's just saying who's retaining them. So essentially who's responsible as I read it. It's not, and I think it's changing it from the director, and I think we'll have the wording up here in a moment. But it's essentially clarifying and re-clarifying who has I can use who's responsible for holding those minutes. It doesn't make any reference and any change from what I can see in the original Youth Act to anything about access or anything like that. So we'll have that up in just a second, the proposed or the original wording. And I will afford an opportunity, yes, to Chairperson Davern to respond.
Yeah, I just to add on to that, it is about being self-directed. The way that it is in our Youth Act right now is that, and it doesn't technically work the way that it is, because MyBC is a political arm, and yet we're being retained by the staff. And so we can't then direct staff to release our minutes. Just because of the way MNBC is built right now. So as MyBC, we can put in a request to the Ministry of Youth to have access to our minutes, but that's sort of like jumping through a lot of hoops and sort of feels a little bit, it feels very hand-holdy. And I think that it's a problem that the youth very often face, where they're not seen as responsible for themselves. And so our real intent behind this is to be in charge of ourselves and to be directing ourselves. And in doing that, we are responsible for our minutes instead of MNBC being responsible for our minutes. Because they are two separate entities, both the Ministry of Youth and MyBC.
Thank you. I've got Director Harriet next.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak from my portfolio perspective as the Minister of Digital Government. I'm a little concerned about Google Drives holding our official documents because that is not secure. And we have other mechanisms that we use for our board documents. In fact, we hold our minutes there as well. So I know that we have the ability to give access to the Youth Council to be able to separately hold their minutes there. So I would just like to see that, because then the youth have access to a secure place for those documents, but then ultimately those documents are held by the nation, if you will. So I really want to point that out because I'm quite concerned.
Yeah, and I may have misspoke there, sorry. What I was saying is that Ministry of Youth and MyBC has a shared Google Drive that we delete things off of. The minutes themselves are withheld on me as the chairperson for MyBC. They're held on my laptop, which is MNBC property. So there is that there. It's just that they're shared currently to the Ministry of Youth through Google Drive, because that was figured to be easier between the Ministry of Youth lead and myself. That is something that we can change in the future, because it's not written into any act or any constitution or anything like that. Totally understanding the digital safety and that I'm not a digital security expert. So if that is something that we need to do to move on to, say, OneDrive or move into a different sort of means, that's something we can do. It's just right now, this is more focused on the MyBC being in charge of MyBC's minutes instead of giving it to the Ministry of Youth or the staffing side of MNBC, if that makes any sense.
So I would still like to look at the wording of that last provision, because while the Ministry of Youth absolutely should be self-directing, I think that using the resources that we have that are secure, that we can keep the minute. Like I also don't believe that minutes of any of our committees should be on one person's laptop. So can we perhaps bring up that last provision again?
Yes, we'll bring up the original the resolution.
So I'm wondering if we can change the wording of F. The MyBC minutes shall be retained on MNBC servers under the direction of the Minister of Youth. Or see where I'm going here, right? I don't think there needs to be a transfer involved. I think that it should be directed by the Ministry of Youth, but it should be retained by MNBC. And I firmly believe that, for security reasons and just for good governance reasons.
I'll recognize Mr. Beaker here, and hopefully, and perhaps we'll just see if we can get the wording that's being suggested. But Mr. Beaker.
Well, thank you. And I have some suggested wording. I think it meets the spirit of what Director Harriet is mentioning, but also it's borrowed from another act of ours, and it just seems a little bit simpler. I'd like to direct people to Article 5.10 of the Métis Women's Act, which states MWBC minutes shall be archived in the head office of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. It doesn't say anything about digital, doesn't say anything about a hard copy, but it says that this is where the minutes will be held. That might suffice what we're looking for. It's permissive enough to allow the minutes to be held digitally or a hard copy, and it also states where they are going to be held. And it doesn't say that the Minister of Youth is necessarily the lead of it, but just that MNBC will be the repository for the record.
Do I need to make that amendment, or?
Yes, once we have the wording here, just to ensure that we've got it as we wish here.
I would second that, but the end part of that now becomes a little redundant, doesn't it? There we go. Yeah.
Certainly, yeah, that's part of it, yes. All right, so the proposed amendment would be adding in or changing the wording there, and that's now in blue, and striking the remaining portion. Mr. Harriet, is this an accurate reflection of what you're wishing to amend or bring forward as an amendment?
I think this captures the concerns over sort of security and continuity. Yeah, thank you.
I'll
Thank you
second it.
very much. And we have seconder, Director DeJager. Do we wish to have any further discussion on the amendment here now? We're on to the proposed change here. So I have Director Gervais, I have you on the original or back on the resolution. Are you wishing to speak to the specific amendment now, or are you wish to hold your space in line to the resolution itself?
Well, I was just going to mention that I would support it, the amendment in a second, but it's okay. Louis, you can take the second. I was more worried about the how the security part of it, you know, of MNBC having a copy or whatever it is, you know, to the minutes.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the proposed amendment? Not seeing any further discussion. I'm going to look for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the amendment as proposed? Please use the raise hand function. All right, not seeing any objection. The amendment passes. So we'll make the necessary changes. And then we will return back to the resolution as amended. Is there any further discussion on the resolution as amended? I'm not seeing any hands. All right, I'm going to take that as no further discussion on the resolution as amended. I will therefore turn it to our clerk for the roll call vote.
Thank you, and we require 75% of votes in favor for this resolution. We have lost a couple of people, so I will count the votes once we go through the roll, and we will start at the bottom. Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Marlene Swears.
In favor.
Joy Sundin.
In favor.
Greg Stanwood.
In favor.
Natasha Smith. Lisa Smith.
In favor.
Mert Servatius.
She just had to leave.
Wendy Schneider.
Yes.
Kelly Sears.
Yes.
Walter Minot.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell. Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Anthony Carrillo.
Yes.
Jamie Lee Keith.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Tony Goulet.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Paulette Flamond.
Yes.
Deborah Fisher.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
Yes.
Gerald Dodman.
In favor.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sean Davern.
Yes.
Nicole Corson.
Yes.
Alana Copeland.
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
Yes.
Topher Burke,
Yes.
Joy Bremner,
Yes.
Caitlin Bird,
Yes.
Miranda Berard, Rob Anderson,
Yes.
Melanie Allard,
Yes.
Tom Adams,
Yes.
and I see Betty Ann put her vote in the chat, and that's a vote yes. This is adopted unanimously.
Thank you very much, everyone. So we are through all of the resolutions. The only matters remaining from our agenda was the discussion regarding community funding. I do note the time. This is probably something I suggest that we move as unfinished business to the next AGM. And that would go as unfinished business usually goes to the beginning, or so the MNGA, not AGM, MNGA in March. I see President Goulet, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not in favor of moving this. I think what I'm asking for is this resolution was put forward by the MNGA. And what I was asking for is a quick update. I don't think we need to go into, big discussion, but an update on where we are at looking at community funding for our offices. That's the intent of this resolution number 5. So that's all I was looking for. I don't think I just want an update because we're getting these funding things coming into our office and we don't know what they're for. We've got all these different funding envelopes coming. I got 10,000, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000. And I'm just wondering if that is the core funding, because to me, that's not the core funding. Those are programs that we have to run. And I'm just curious as to that motion was resolution 5. It was back in 2013. So I would 22 or 2013, I can't remember, but it was resolution 5. And I'm just wanting clarification on where we are in the process.
Sure,
Thank
and
you.
I'll perhaps recognize President Smith. I'm not sure if you're in a position to speak to that, but I do see a
Yeah,
hand
I
up.
won't be in a position, but I know our treasurer can give you a quick update. We're definitely not there yet. And you're correct. There's a lot of different funds that are being sent to community now and from many different sources. I believe our community services should be sending out notification when funds are distributed to the communities, but I'll let our treasurer jump in. Thank you. Patrick Harriet.
Go ahead, Director Harriet, if you wish to respond and provide some of that information.
Sure. So the resolution was referred to the MNGA committee. And I know that there's been a bunch of work that has been done on it already. I think the intent was for the committee to report out at the spring MNGA, which would be a year after it was referred. But I know that our clerk, John Beaker, has been the sort of admin support on the committees. So perhaps there's some updates that our clerk could give us as to all the work that's been done. I know we met with Tyler. His last name escapes me, but we have done some work at the MNGA committee when it comes to allocations. Could I call on Mr. Beaker?
Mr. Beaker, are you able to assist?
Yes, thank you. So to absolutely clarify what's being asked here, the resolution that was passed at the March 2023 MNGA, the be it resolved said the MNGA directs MNBC to resource administrative and operational funding capacity funding for all charter communities. And then there was a section that was added as well that says the MNBC will include the MNGA Governance Committee to participate in the process that will determine the details of resourcing noted in A above. And this was passed as amended. So we were directed to resource administrative and operational capacity funding and to include the MNGA governance committee in that. So to action this, so far what we've done is we have engaged the the person in finance charged with this. His name is Tyler Thompson. He is the manager of external community funding. Tyler has come and spoke to the MNGA Governance Committee on a couple of occasions to talk about the funding formula on how charter community funding is being allocated. When this resolution was passed at the MNGA Governance Committee, funds were set by the MNBC operating budget to go to the charter community. Those have been set. So at that point, the only thing that the governance committee could decide at that point is to modify the allocation or funding formula at this point. So going forward, I guess the idea is to grow to pie as to what is being sent to charter communities, and with any other considerations of any other funding that can be sent to charter communities. At that point, the governance committee will look again at the funding formula and see if it needs to be modified with new considerations. I also can report that the governance committee has made a general consensus decision to look at the funding formula annually, regardless of if there's any new streams of funding. Lastly, the minutes of the MNGA Governance Committee are posted on the MNBC website once they're approved. So anyone who is interested to see what considerations, topics, etc., that have been captured by the Governance Committee around this subject, they are captured in the minutes. Actually, if the Deputy Clerk can maybe put a link to those minutes in the chat so that people can take a look at those. So that's the update that we can give on the staff side for that.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Chair recognizes President Smith, please.
Sure, and thank you for your question, President Goulet. Our CFO has also indicated that accounts payable has been labeling the payments more clearly on the EFT transfers, and also Tyler Thompson from accounts payable, from our finance department, who connects with our communities, has been following up with communities. If you do have any questions on, if you aren't clear on what the money is you're receiving, you can definitely contact Tyler Thompson, and we could have somebody put his email in the chat, if that helps. And as Treasurer Harriet indicated, there will be something coming back to the spring MNGA. So thank you.
Thank you. Rainey, please go ahead.
Rainey Gervais. Okay, just so you know, Tony, that I'm part of the governance committee, and we do have our minutes up on the website. Anything that comes to me that I can be of an assistance to you, I will let you know, and we'll work together on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, go ahead, please.
Richard Lewis, Calton Valley Métis. I believe the original intent was for governance capacity, for funding for that. And from what I'm hearing right now, there are funds that are coming in, but that's not to direct the community governance system. And that was the original intent when Calton Valley Métis put that forward. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Goulet.
Thank you very much, and thanks you guys for that clarity. That's all I was I'm looking for, just to get that clarity. If I may too, and maybe sort of off top, but it does have to do with financial, and I've said this to our Region Governance 5 Council, and I think I've had a conversation with Tyler. $1,500 for a Métis event is peanuts. If we really want to look at building our nation and who we are as individuals, a hall rental for a little community put on a Métis celebration is just peanuts. I'll just put that out there. I'm not don't want any discussion. I'm just, I just felt that, if we really want to do something, we should be looking at how we promote our culture and be able to do that. I think that was a little low. In previous years, we were at 5,000. I think we got 7,000 to do an event, and now we got 1,500. And I was just I did a rant with Tyler on that one. And it just seemed a little, cheesing out there, if that's the word you want to use to put on a celebration. But we did it anyways, and happy to report that it was fantastic, and we did it just because that's the spirit of who we are. So thanks, and thanks for that clarification. I appreciate you guys very much.
And may I just follow up on President Goulet's last comment? President Goulet, it might be more beneficial if you contacted your regional director to have a rant, because it is the board of directors that makes the decisions on funding amounts. I don't think our staff really deserve to hear rants from anybody, but I just thought I'd throw that out there, okay? No offense.
Thank you, everybody. President Smith, I'd like to invite you for your closing comments, please.
Wonderful, thank you. So I want to thank everybody for taking the extra time today to get through our agenda. I think it shows that we're all committed to working in the best interest of our nation. I want to thank every community leader that's attended today for participating in the MNGA. The ongoing request for your time as volunteers is not lost on me or anybody at MNBC. Our communities are the heartbeat of our nation and the reason we exist as a proud, resilient and strong Métis government in BC. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for being here and taking time to build our nation together as a collective and as part of the democracy of our nation. My heart feels full to see you all again, even in a virtual format. I'm really looking forward to our MNGA when we could all gather together for these important discussions. I want to say thank you to Senator Hugendorn for the opening prayer. And I'd also like to thank Senator Lucier, who I believe is coming on for a closing prayer. I'd like to thank our co-chairs, Dave Pelche and Carmen Carrier, for conducting such a professional and constructive meeting. I'd like to also thank John Beaker, our clerk, Nicole Ludwig, our deputy clerk, and all of the MNBC staff involved in planning and organizing the MNGA. Let us take also this opportunity to welcome Vancouver's Sea to Sky Métis Association to the MNGA. This is a large area with a deep concentration of Métis people, and we know you will continue to do great work building connections and bringing people home to your community and to MNBC. I hope we can all come away from this meeting as optimistic for our future as I am, as we collectively build our nation. We're truly on the cusp of transformative time for our nation, and I believe in every single elected member of our board committees and staff who are working tirelessly to make this happen. This is demonstrated through the ongoing pursuit to strengthen our governance at all levels. We collectively, all of us, are innovators seeking justice and inclusion for all we represent. We have shown our support of a board level position for the 2S LGBTQIA+ Métis community and the need to refine, clarify, and elevate the governance roles for women and youth. We should all walk away. Thank you again for showing up and participating while taking a time away from your personal and family time. I wish everybody a wonderful, restful week, a happy holidays, and we'll see you all in person in March 2024. Thank you.
Marcy, President Smith.
Motion to adjourn?
We have a prayer first.
We have a prayer.
So I will invite, I will invite Senator Hugendorn to close us in prayer.
My apologies. I said Senator Lucier, but.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please
we
go
can
ahead.
hear you.
Oh, okay. Andy Israel, Creator,
We stand to honor our tradition and our nation, which we are gathered here today as elders and leaders of our nation. Let us celebrate our land and water, the air we breathe, and our Mother Earth. And I want to express my gratitude to all the land-based First Nations people for allowing us to work and play in their territory, as I gratefully acknowledge and respect the wisdom, the sacrifice and stewardship, past, present, and future, on whose beautiful unceded territory of the Ktunaxa and the Swepnik Nation that I reside on. I also honor the rich contributions that they all contributed, and the many Indigenous families who have chosen their areas as home. As we so honor the hearts and footsteps that have crossed these lands for many generations. The First Nations, the Inuit, and the Métis. We also honor the spirit of the land, the Indigenous people who have been stewards to and adhere to our natural laws for protecting, nourishing, and embracing us. We have so much to be thankful for. I humbly ask our Creator to guide us together with spirit, with peace and love and forgiveness. Yesterday, today, and always we stand. Kayashanushan Pidimim and Kichiti Mo Young Ali Michiv we young. Kichi Miigwech Kokam. Amen.
Hi.
Marcy, Senator. And I would now like to act on Patrick's suggestion and officially adjourn our 2023 December MNGA. Thank you for all your hard work, everyone.
I'll make that motion.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yes, well.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays, everybody. Have a great day.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you all.
Have a safe holiday season.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Cherish your family this holiday season.